It's morning for me. As always, we're going to start the stream with... excuse me. Gosh, I can't go on. I like how I was completely fine until I just started streaming and I just sneeze. I'm not dodging the allegation of me being allergic to the stream. I don't know why it does that. Anyways, time to make an announcement. Maybe it's the excitement that gets me all riled up. Live now. YouTube link. And then Twitch link here. Hey, what is my Twitch? Flip Ezra. There it is. All right. I think we're good here. As you can see, I was working on my script for my next video. There are a few things. I do need to make some temporary program to demonstrate some of the things I talk about, which is a side of content making that I've never showed before or never shown before. But it's okay. Maybe we'll get to it. Maybe we'll get around to it eventually. Just not today. Or not now. But Mitch says, first, hi, starting commute. See you in a few. All right, thanks. Danimal says, how you feeling, bud? I'm feeling better. And then, I still had to go around, and I've been enjoying riding a little electric scooters, like Lime bike here. There's one called Bird, which is the one that I like to use. I got really confident in those, and I was like, okay, you know what? My glasses are slipping down. I'm going to push it up while driving the scooter with one hand because, I'm pretty good now. And as soon as I did that, the scooter got away from me. I hit the floor and we were still moving a little bit too fast. So I had to do a little tuck and roll. So I injured myself a little bit. My right hand and my right fingers and my wrists are feeling a little sore. Luckily, no major ailment. But yeah, that's I know I took a break yesterday because I was feeling a little sick, but that feels better. But now it's like, a little joint pain, a little sore joints here. Hopefully nothing serious. We can't be affording frivolous medical expenses out here, because in US that's an actual issue. Hold on. I got to grab some napkins for myself. But yeah, we're going to continue our work. Off stream, I did a little bit of work. I got it so that the automatic counter goes up. Hey, Kado. Denwell says, Ezra is out here acting like we got universal health care. Exactly, right? I should be more careful. But as you can see, the font and then the little... resource collector has changed a little bit. I made it so that it's more of a generic solution where it grabs all the items from the bag and then just adds it. Obviously, this is probably not the final design of this, but as we're going to do the shopkeeper thing, this is a very necessary change. I also changed some of the recipe cost because I noticed the gathering of copper and stones aren't that difficult. So we'll have to see how that goes. So for example, right here, you have 15 here, 50 iron hammer is 50 stone and 10 iron. However, this needs to also include like the prerequisite, like requirements. So I don't know if I'm gonna list it here like this, or if it should be like upgrade chart, like the stone hammer. Maybe it should be an upgrade chart. Maybe only the stone hammers here. And then there's a separate tab for upgrades. And then you see all the items that you own. But yeah, we're getting there slowly but surely. Kodo says, I just got a raise at work. Wow, congrats. That sounds exciting. I hope it is a grand and exciting opportunity for you to be continue working there while getting a raise. Getting a raise out here. Wow, flexing. Kogane, hey. Kogane, you know what's funny about that name? Okay, so I am very familiar with the anime called Inuyasha, but I never watched it growing up. It's just something that I never tried. And then I decided to watch it the other day. And I believe the main character's name is Kogane, right? I don't know if it's relevant, but I'm just remembering it. Cooley says, hey, Az and chat. Hello, Cooley. Welcome, welcome. We're going to try to get this boring part of the work done. And then maybe a little bit of these like scripting work finished. I mean, you know what? I usually do this scripting outside of the stream, but honestly, between like maybe like 200 VOD viewers and a few other people, it's not going to be really impacting if you guys get a little spoiler, I'm sure. More specifically, this is about the little 2D top-down physics. And I'm trying to be slightly more technical. I really want the vibe of, you know how like Veritas does it? Like Veritas is very technical, but at the same time is really good for like general audience. So I really want to go for that approach, but you know, what does it take? What does it take? I guess Veritas / Discovery Channel. So we'll see. That's the kind of approach I want to take. Okay, hold on. I can't see anything. Let me wipe my glasses before I read the rest on YouTube here. Courage is here. I see Courage. Let's see. Courage says, hello. Kogane says, I haven't seen it. Lol. I guess it just happens to be some other Japanese name. Maybe it's a current common name. Courage says, Ezra, have you seen view stats? View stats? View stats for what? Are you talking about the incidents? Yeah, incidents stopped happening. That's good. No more suspicious views in my channel. For now. We'll see. Hopefully that didn't really ruin everything. It didn't. The answer is it didn't, but it got me scared for a little bit, I think. All right. Shop tab. Well, let's do a few things here. I want to be able to purchase things, and then I want to be able to upgrade things. Courage says, it's an app, Mr. Beast, and you're on it. What? I don't know what that means. You have to share it on Discord. Show it to me. Oh, did you send me a Discord private PM? Let me see what you said. Oh, app made by Mr. Beast. What is it called? What is it called? What app did he make? Cooley says, I doubt it did. I wouldn't worry about it. Yeah, no, I'm done worrying about it as long as it's not reoccurring. But it'll be exciting. Okay. I don't know why the second window of this is open. Now I got the tab working. I got the resource thing showing up working. Next is I need to get the purchase working. And then once it purchases, it needs to replace the weapon. I also want to change the weapon to be empty hand first, right? Should it always start with empty hand? I think it should start with empty hand unless you send it up, send a resource up for the next run. I think that's an interesting mechanic, right? I think that's definitely unique. So what I'm going to do here, a little bit of cheating, but I think we've been doing this already anyways. So I'm going to make a punching animation, hopefully, that I can use for when character has no weapon. See, like, it's funny, like, every time I do something, there's like hundreds of explosions of work to be done, right? Like, you know what? I'm going to do shop buy first. Okay, I got to focus. Let's focus. Let's make it so that the craft table can be purchased from, so to speak. So let's see. Level 1, the UI, we got the crafting table, which does its own thing. And then when we receive a confirmation, that's probably under the input, maybe even unhandle input, but we're going to say if we receive an event that is a action UI accept, I guess. Let's see if this is correct. For me, it's been an action, but UI accept could be its own thing. Let's see, UI accept. And it says enter, keyboard enter, space. We probably want the button A to be accept and B to be cancel. There you go. Denimal says hi. Oh, there. Our viewers just like to say hi to each other, being so nice to each other. That's the kind of place we are. Courage Dev says, okay, view stats. You're on the app. Oh, that's what it's called. I thought you were talking about look at the view stat. I didn't know that. Why am I on there? What does that even mean? Being on there. It just means search any YouTube channel. Oh, you can see. What is this for? Is it just for analytics? I mean, I guess it's not surprising that I would be on here because this seems like it's for all the YouTube videos that are out here. Wow, you can actually see the analytics of how many views I've been getting. Look, subscribers. We got some boost here. Interesting. Okay. I don't know what this is for or how useful it is, but that's cool. Maybe I'll take a look. Thanks for sharing this. All right. I don't know why Mr. Beast made it, but I will take a look at that. Maybe sometime in the future. Thanks for sharing, Courage. It has every channel on the platform. Yeah, exactly. I'll take a look. Yeah, Courage, you went really long way around to explain what you were trying to say, honestly, in my opinion, but it's okay. We got there eventually. That's what matters. Okay. Well, either way, we have an accept. And by the time we are accepting, I do believe we have selected item index. So we can grab the item that we're selecting, which is right here. Right, I think. What's happening with this one? Okay, when the selected item changes, we mark different things as in focus. So the whole thing is we have a helper function, it seems, that we can use where we say get focused, let's see, focused line item. And that's probably going to return some sort of recipe line item. And it's simply going to return this. We're going to get a child that's in this index. There you go. Boom. So that'll use the selected. Yep. So we could even use probably this over here like that. So when we're accepting, we're going to grab the item that is in focus. So this is the line item. Do we prevent purchases if there's multiple copies? I think you should be able to buy the same thing multiple times, right? Because the idea is sometimes you want to have extra to send it up. Maybe? Is that too crazy? Denmal says, I'll hold off on squats for another day as you are still healing. Haha. Thanks. That is very nice. Denimal also says, be back in a little bit. I got to drive my wife somewhere. Good luck on this. Thank you, Denimal. See you in a bit. Kelso on Twitch now. First time chat. You, howdy. Now, nice day. What? Hi, nice day. It is nice day. And hello. Welcome here. Welcome back, everyone who is a viewer of utmost importance. Okay. So I guess we need a feedback on the line item. We're going to go to the line item real quick. So we have ways to update the texture to make it selected. And I think what we also want to do now is do a little press down, right? When you do a click, it needs to feel like something's happening. Like, should it zoom in and out? Like, it just needs some sort of haptic feedback for the selection to look like it's been selected. I'm gonna have it zoom down and up. I think that's a good idea. So we have the container here. This is going to be a little bit difficult since this whole thing is a container. So I'm not sure if there's a way for me to animate that specifically. One thing I can think of, let me see. If we look at the theme override, right, which uses, we can use one of these things. I suppose I could just change the expand margin, right? To negative, like -5. Does negative work? -10. Oh, it doesn't. Can have external, but it can't inward margin. Yeah, there's no obvious way to change its size unless I do center. Whoa. Oh, right. Right, because the whole thing is a texture. Let me think about this. I'm reluctant to do an animation tree on things like the size on this component because it is the root node. And there's a lot of issue if you animate on the non-relative values on the root node. So I'll have to think about this a little bit. Chloe says, I love driving my wife crazy. Yeah, not that kind of driving, I'm pretty sure. Coolly. McCurry says, how come you always end up streaming either when I'm in class or doing a test for a class? I'm sorry. Kelso says, recap please for Dunning-Kruger effect. Recap the Dunning-Kruger effect? Is that what you're talking about? The little short that I released? I have a schedule. I mean, that day we were like doing a bunch of talks and it just happened to be a lot of them. But Kelso, to be clear, are you talking about you want a recap of what Dunning-Kruger effect is? Kurt says, Ezra, did you see Twitch new mod tool on mobile? Yeah, no, I heard about it. I've seen it, but I don't use it myself, so I don't know really. Kurt says it doesn't really do much. I see. Mikori says, love Dunning-Kruger. Hate his effect, though. Basically. The same place. I don't know what I'm going to do about this texture thing. I do want some sort of feedback. Ideally, I do want it to reduce in size. I wonder if that an animation should be the animation from here. I want to see like what tools do I have? Because if I just change the size, I don't think it does anything. Oh, it does do something. I'm just afraid it's not gonna behave in ways I want it to. We can center it. And then layout could be... Probably should be filled. I think I'm going to do that. Here, go in here, make the container sizing to be fill wide. So it fills up wide. And I guess... I mean, I could just easily make a new texture for it, but I kind of want an animation, I feel. Kurt says, Ezra, it's June. That means it's testing time. Huh? What does that mean? Why is it a testing time? Oh gosh, my hair's a mess right now. I got this little curl that's just hanging just in the front. That looks weird, but it's okay. McCoy says, did you see Apple Liquid Glass UI? Yeah, it's just Windows Aero. The Vista is back. But I've heard theories saying that people are saying Apple is trying to get people to be used to the VR UI. So when they transition into the upgraded or future versions of the glass or the AR, they're more used to the kind of interaction than the feel of it, is what I've heard. Cooley says, Ezra Superman confirmed. I know. I have this like little Superman curl. I need to get this out of the way. Kurt says, for me to get out of the intern status. Oh, wait, it has only been 2 weeks though. You've been intern for 2 weeks. It has to be full month, Courage. I mean, you've been performing, no doubt. But what we consider as a value is keeping our words, right? And if we've made some promises, yeah, it was June 2nd. Yeah, I got you June 2nd. I got you the mod on June 2nd. The first, when we say wait a month, was month before you are even given an opportunity to be a mod, because you immediately asked if you wanted to be a mod, which is a red flag. But despite that, we gave you a mod on YouTube. So I'd say for intern status, you have until end of the month. Yeah. You wanted a shortcut, so I'm giving you the shortcut thing. Cooley says, I've never seen Superman and Ezra in the same place at the same time. That is a convincing argument. I might be Superman, but you didn't hear it from me. McCoy says, I saw that too. Makes sense. But also the glass isn't just Windows Vista because it actually refracts versus just background blur and frosted glass lol. Yeah, no, I mean, the UI aesthetic is like that Vista glass thing, but I think their whole thing is like the shift between multiple layers. So it feels like it's floating. So it probably tracks like the motion sensor and everything. Cooley says, being impatient, courage, that's -1. We should have a courage point system. We'll just have a little keep points for courage. So we can be like, courage, if you hit 100, you can be a mod. But if you hit 0, you're banned. It's all or nothing. You're either banned or you become a mod. It's like that Batman meme or of like, what is it? You either die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become a villain. Yeah. Essentially, that's exactly what this is. But what? Kogane says, are there plans for more bosses to be added after the challenge is over? Oh, yeah, for sure. I'm going to finish the game. My game design right now has 4 levels in plan as like a demo. And I was hoping that there will be 2 random bosses that gets assigned at the end, just like Gungeon, per level. So yeah, I do want more. And there's going to be more patterns, more unique mechanics and stuff like that, which will be really fun to figure out. Mikuri says, their spatial images are cool, though. I don't think I really saw that anywhere. Ooh, I see. I got to take a look. I mean, I honestly didn't really pay attention too much because I'm doing other things, but I'll take a look. Okay. More importantly, I still need to decide how I'm going to do the whole selection thing. I really want to do the size reduction thing. I want to say if I reduce the min, it really needs to be the margin thing, though. Ooh, I know what I'm going to do. Okay, here. So unselect on crafting window, we're going to have probably, this is UI related, so I don't know if this should be over here or over here. But we're going to just write one thing that says function select animation, or start selected animation. And then we're going to do it on the line item, recipe line item. And what we're going to do here, I think, is going to do a little, let's see, we'll say, maybe this could be an export. We'll say export var, what should it be called? It should be called I guess press feedback amount, which will be a, I guess, pixel amount or percentages, maybe it's float. So I'll say do 90%. And that can be used. So we're going to do a var tween. We're going to create tween. And for the tween, we're going to do a property tween property of, which I guess we should do this parallel, probably parallel. We're going to do 2 things. Wait, hold on. Can I undo parallel? Oh, okay. So it's the previous one. All right. Hold on. Tween property. So tween, we're going to try to animate this. And we're going to get the selected line recipe. And we will change its minimum size, custom minimum size, to a value that is 90% of the current value. Or actually, it should be 10%. Or maybe 5%. Kurt says, I'm technically been the best mod. I'm the most productive. Yeah. And you know what? I appreciate that. And you know what? That is something that we can reward. But also we have promises. And just like working at different places, different companies and bosses have different values that they find important. So, you know, you're going to have to work with it. Thanks for the sub, I guess, on YouTube. I got a notification there. Alice. Eloka. Let's see. But we'll see. Hold on, I gotta get some more water. I'll be back. Okay, we're here again. So the idea, okay, so before I go and do it, I'll tell you what I'm thinking of here. So I want the little button to press in and out real quick at a certain time, I guess. And so I'm going to do that by reducing the custom minimum size, which will automatically reduce the size. And then the problem with reducing the custom minimum size and the size is that every other item that are below it will come up, right, as it moves. And I want that to be fixed. So I'm going to, at the same time, change its expend margin by the same amount. So expend margin is the margin outside of this box space. So basically, effectively, the whole size will remain the same, I think. And that way, it's going to look like boop, boop, right? I'm hoping. It may not be. I also don't know if the texture margin needs to be changed as well by that amount. Probably, because otherwise what we're going to get is we're going to get the content that are inside will also shift around or get squashed potentially, but we'll see. We'll do one thing at a time. So we're going to change the custom minimum size to be the reduced by the 10%. So it'll be 1 minus press feedback amount. And then we're going to multiply that percentages to the current custom minimum size. Like so. That should work, I think. Okay. And then we're going to do that quickly within 0.01 second. No. 1/10 of a second. But is a vector 2. Wait, custom minimum size is not a vector? I thought it was a vector. Yeah, it is a vector 2. Oh, whoops. Times that. There you go. There you go. Okay. So it's going to reduce it. And we want to do this in parallel to the previous one, right? Makes the next tweener run parallelly. Oh, I see. So I got to do the parallel first. What, next tween? Makes the next tweener run parallelly to the previous one. Yeah, I think that's right. Okay, so we're going to do parallel. Tween property of the recipe line. And we want to change its, I think the style, what is it called? It was like a theme override style. Theme override. Oh, well, I gotta go take a look at this. Theme override. Add theme override style box. And then we give it the name. I don't know if this will work or if I have to do like change this. That'll be a mystery that I need to figure out. Eduardo, welcome. Says, my goodness gracious, it's the most handsome Asian in the Wild West. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Hopefully, that's not the only qualifying factor, but I appreciate the sentiment. People just love glazing me here for no reason. I do wish I was a handsome man, but I also don't care, I guess. I don't care. Eduardo says, time to cool cat, of course. Eduardo loves putting the cool cat on my head. Let's see. We can find this. Let's put the cool cat on. One at a time, one at a time. We really need to have a very specific time limit on how long the icons or the emotes stay in screen. I just kind of like do whatever. Let's do one on my shoulder this time. Yeah. There you go. We got it on shoulder. Eduardo says, you care when you say that you don't care. Exactly. It's the opposite. Courage says, this game is going to be a Minecraft successor. Wow. Yeah. Okay. If only. I don't actually know. Creates a local override for a theme style box with a specified name. Local overrides always take precedence when fetching. See also get theme style box. Maybe I can just do the get theme style. Get theme style box. And this one gets the style box in the theme, I guess. First matching theme. What does that even mean? Oh, it's over here. Oh, that's different. It's different. We want the override. Override style has theme style box override. That's not what we're looking for, are we? No, it is theme overrides. Has theme style box. I guess theme style box. Add theme style box override or constant override. These functions are not very obvious to me, because is this the theme override or do I name the properties within this, you know? Alternatively, I could actually make this easier by creating a whole new theme. So I can, let's say, make unique. If I go, oh, but then I want it to be able to okay. All right. Create a local, I guess so. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to get theme override style box. What is all this? Base style box. Add theme style box. I guess I could do this. And then I do panel like that. So I can just go panel. And that's going to be a style box. Like so. And then I can tween that along with the style boxes expand margin. Expand margin. I suppose I got to grab how much is lost, huh? So we'll go var size diff, which will be a vector 2. or I guess it's the new size. New size is this. And we want the left margin, expand margin to increase by the new size minus old size. I guess I should grab the old size as well. Old original size. Though I guess I did expand, so it's not actually going to work, is it? It's going to be really confusing. I feel like there has to be a better way to do this. Because if I'm doing expand, even if I change this, or... yeah, it's not going to work very well. I wonder if I can just... I don't want to like manually animate it either. This is hard. Kona says, this is a random question, but from your point of view, what does it take for an indie game to be successful compared to one that isn't? I think marketing is actually huge. Like how you put it out to people. I mean, obviously, at base, it needs to be a fun game, right? Anytime you get somebody, if you force someone to play your game, especially if they're your audience, so let's say, okay, in order, I think, in my opinion, in order for the indie game to be successful, your target audience needs to find your game fun, baseline, right? That means when you're testing, let's say you're making game for yourself where you think it's fun. That's one. Or you find those people that you're trying to make the game for and see if they think it's fun and see if they like to play it. And that's the base level, but that alone is not going to do anything. I think the next thing is to find marketing to get the game out in front of those people that you're targeting, which is to say, look for like streamers or like reviewers that targets those audience, right? If you're making horror game, obviously there are a bunch of streamers that does horror games and people love seeing it and then they play their game and stuff like that. And then they get to play it and then now people see the fun of it. And then they want to try it out. And then I feel like those are the two main thing, right? Because like it's like base quality and then the getting it out. I feel like that's what's required. I feel iffy about just getting people to wishlist your game just randomly because, like, yeah, people wishlist your games on Steam or whatever, and then Steam pushes you. But then at the end of the day, it's like getting a sub count in YouTube from your family and friends. It's like, yes, it's nice, but they're not going to watch your videos, so you don't actually get ad revenue, or like the algorithm doesn't pick you up. So I feel like that's what all the successful indie developers have done so far. If you look at like one way or another, Stardew Valley did that, I think. I mean, there are a bunch of other examples I can't really think off the top of my head. But a lot of the indie game discovery does happen from, one, at baseline being fun for the target audience, and then two, getting their lucky break, so to speak, from getting it out in front of people through streamers and gameplays. I think that's probably a way to go. Kurt says, Ezra, how long have you been streaming? How long have I been streaming, like, lifetime, or are you talking about today? Like, I've been streaming for 44 minutes, if that's what you're asking. Oh, thanks for the follow, Dekra4. Kogana says, thank you for the answer. Yeah, no problem. Of course, this is just my opinion, but, you know, does it have any value in them? I don't know. I'm just speaking from a consumer, observable person, not a proof, right? Because I'm still developing indie games myself, but I have not released it yet, right? So I don't have any success. At least that's my plan. I guess the expertise I might have is the fact that I worked in a big tech company with actual products, so I've seen what marketing looks like for that. And then also I am doing content making, which is essentially a huge like market study. And in essence, right? Because in order for me to be successful, I need to understand my audience. So the whole like advertising bit and understanding people's interest is kind of a big part of it. Nor am I the expert of it, but I think that's what I see. That's what I see. Kurt says Lifetime. I actually don't know. I mean, recently I saw somebody was resubbed to me, Revy, namely for 9 months now, I think. So that's almost a year. So I think at least done like a year and a half, right? I feel like I've been streaming for a year and a half. I've been doing YouTube for 2.5. It's hard to tell. Somewhere around there. All right, guys, I'm really struggling with this animation thing, so let me just finish this. There's some mystery here because I'm not really sure if this whole like margin thing will work. I have a feeling it won't. So I might have to change this actually. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to get rid of this real quick. So I'm not gonna do it in the crafting window. I'm going to readjust a few things. So this used to be just the container and then the VBox. I'm going to change it so that there's one more layer of abstraction, which will be a margin container. Maybe not. Maybe this top thing. Okay, so this top thing is a container, and my container has the panels. So what if I change it so that the panel container that we're interested in is down here, and then this one is the one that takes in the whole style thing. So I'm going to empty this out real quick. So we'll do a panel here, line item, like so. Okay, so far so good. Looks like it's still working. If you look at the crafting window, it's right there. It's got this like margin thing going on. And if I take, if I take this panel container here, and if I simply change the margin on this, I wonder if I can do that. Okay, I can't. So if I do sizing on this, can I do that? No, this is naturally fully done. What if I do margin container on top of this? So we have this, and we can just add margin like so. But keep the size constant. I don't know. Will this work actually? Because clearly it's just adding to the size here. Instead of shrinking this down. This whole thing is becoming really difficult. But I think we'll be okay. So this whole thing will fill up. And this one right now is filling. What if I did this instead? Shrink center. And then the size of this is good. And I adjust the size here. Can I even do that? 140. Okay. So I can go 120, 140, 130. Okay. Cool. What's the problem here? You know what? Honestly, I regret using it as a container. Because this image, the graphical component, if it was separate from the UI, then I don't have to worry about shifting this. Okay, so this is something that we need to worry about, I think. When we're working with UI, I think a lot of times we like to do these like organized things, and then we use this as a panel. If we're just changing its texture, it's simple. But if I want to do like resizing of these texture as part of the animation, then all of a sudden all these organization gets all messy. So I might actually change all of this. This is going to be a pretty big surgery here. But we'll see. We'll see. Right here, we're doing a highlight, means we're changing this style box thing. What we're going to do instead... but I do want it to go... Or should the whole thing change? I mean, it's like floating. Connick says, hello, I wish everyone a pleasant day. Thanks for follow, Izzy. And a follower goal of 980 reached on Twitch. Good times here. Kirsch says, I think I might finish my game today. Wow, congrats. Share it so we can play it. Kirsch says, I've been working on it for 3 years. Oh, nice. Hopefully you've been testing it in between. All right, everyone. Oh, the animation is really hard. Problem is that if we're using containers, they fit certain things. So as soon as you change things... Do I have to use shader to do a button animation? If I want to keep it still and then just have it pop up and down? That sounds messy. How do people do this? Here, let me take a look. You know what? I'm not gonna Godot. Button animation. Let's see what people do. Shall we? I'll watch this in silence. Hey, I saw him. I met him at GodotCon. I didn't know he also does a tutorial. That's funny. What does he do? Can I see setting up hover function? I mean, he's definitely still using a container. I just want to see the effect. What is he tweening? Is tweening the property? I want to see example. Give me example. I want to see it. Hello? Where is it? Okay. That's pretty cool. Wait, how is it floating out like that? He has VBucks container, center container for center. We got the panel container, and then the label and the button. How is it floating out without ruining the whole layout? Kelso says just use tween. Yeah, but if I use tween to change its size, okay, so here's the thing. Let me show you my concern. All right, everyone. I promise I'm not crazy here, I think. Or maybe I'm overthinking this. So in the crafting window, let's say we have a few lines here. Like so. And I say, okay, well, hovering over this means we're going to tween this out to make it 160 and 40, for example. You see how it shifts everyone out? What I need is I need this to pop out and change without impacting the overall structure. Almost like I need to copy the original version, float out, and then tween that over the real thing instead of changing the actual thing. Right? Because that's the whole point for me, is that I need this to be independent. Kelso says, then don't use panel. It's easy for you to say. I guess what I'm trying to say here is that that example we just saw, you're right, Kelso. Then don't use panel. But this example, this person, stay-at-home dev, is using just regular stuff. I mean, I guess it's using button, technically. Origin points, yes. Adding tween for animation. What is he adding it on? I guess that's what it is. Oh, it's just regular no. Well, there's an animation component, which is a node. I'm guessing it takes and exports. Yeah, okay. And it takes in a target control. We got the scale. I guess the button doesn't... That makes no sense. It tweens the property. Okay. And what are we doing with the transitions? That's fine. We got the transition type. On hover function, we're doing a scale. Which is just changing it. Does button behave differently than a container? Let's see. Or is it because container sizing? Let's fill this. Minimum size, let's say it was 140. 35. I mean, it's the same thing, isn't it? That guys use advanced tween. Advanced tween? Conic says, I personally like tweens more than animation. Yeah, I want to use tweens. I was trying to go for the tweens, but either way, if I want to do tween, don't I have to apply tween on the property? And that changes in a container setting, that changes everything, right? All right, well, I'll be back. Just give me a second. Well, how do I mute myself? There it is. All right. Think on this. I'm going to think on this.
Surprisingly difficult. Well, maybe I'm just thinking too much on this. Kelso says, yes, just change one at a time when using tween. Yeah, but like, how is it that if I change it, because, okay. Does he use it on the size or on the minimum size? Oh, on the scale. Okay, that's completely different. That's not an actual size. Let's see what that does, actually. Oh, it's locked. It's locked anyways. What about this one? Wait, even if it's not allowed here, is it allowed on during the gameplay? I don't know. Maybe it is. You know what? I'm going to try it out real quick. I don't want to... hey, Practical. Wow. Funny number. Thanks for the raid. Perfect timing because I need help. Hope you guys had a great, I don't know, stream. I don't know what your guys are working on right now other than Memory. Go check out Practical NPC. Practical NPC has a fun little game that I playtested during GodotCon. I'll have you know, I was apparently one of the first one to do the challenge of this game. The Celeste-like, we call them, I think. I don't know, is there a genre name for that? That's like just like a challenge platformer, right? I think that's what it's called. But yeah, everyone go check Practical out. Practical says, congrats on being the best first in-person speedrunner at GodotCon 2025 on the second day. Exactly. I was the first one to have a record. Because I was the first one. I was actually the best speedrunner for like a few minutes, right? At least. Hello, Ryan. Ryan says, congrats on being... everybody's just congratulating me for being the best speedrunner in person for that one particular moment. That's right. I am very proud of it. Practical says, precision puzzle platformer. Yes, precision puzzle platformer. I love that. Practical says, jokes aside, you did really well. Thank you. I appreciate it. I mean, I would like to think that for the... Okay, so the problem that I had, to be fair... All right. Let me give you a little context. It's kind of funny to say I was the best at the time because on average, people ended up getting like 3-minute run on this demo, right? But I actually took like 40 minutes, I think. Was it 40 minutes or something like that? And you might be wondering why? Why 40 minutes? It's because speedrun requirement wasn't 100%, but the first time I played, I wanted to give it a full test. So I did all the challenging secret rooms and collecting all the collectibles. So I did a 100% run. And I was the only one who did the 100% run, I believe, during that con, right? Is that true? I want to say that's true. So I still hold the record for the in-person GodotCon 2025 fastest speedrunner 100%. So I'm the only one who did 100%. Hey, look, I got a record. So that's something. Anyways, thanks for being here. All right. We are still working on our top-down dungeon crawler game, and we're working on our crafting table, which is basically a shop. And we started adding these resources with the line item. I am a noob when it comes to controls and container. So I was trying to figure out how to do animation here. So right now we have these containers. I mean, this might as well be a HBox container, right? Doesn't matter if it's HBox or oh, whoops. Wrong one. VBox container. And then let's say we have this, right? Cool. Line items, you can select through it. The style box is what determines this like little outline thing, and that's what I'm using. I'm using panel container. And I was like, okay, well, when I select it, I want the animation to like scale the button down and up, and I wanted to use tween for that. The problem right now is that containers are very, very particular, right? So if I change the size of the original, I guess, I don't know if I can do that. 20? Can I even do that? Like that, it shifts everything over. So I need a way for it to change its size without messing with the rest of the container items. And I'm just wondering right now, if I tween the size, which I'm not allowed to touch right now, or to scale, in-game, will it just pop out and in without affecting everything else? And I think the answer is not. So I'm trying to get that part resolved because I really want that little feedback of buttons going in and out when I accept. So we're struggling out here. And obviously I was looking up some tutorials here without any sound, and we pulled up stay-at-home devs content apparently. And the mystery, without seeing anything, is that he has a VBox container and a button, and all he's doing is changing the scale. And even though he's just changing the scale, when he hovers over the button, okay, hold on, he's doing a demo somewhere here. I mean, obviously I'm missing some context. Where is he testing it? Yeah, see, right here. Look at that. It pops out. Is it wait, is it because it's not? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, obviously I'll have to watch the whole thing, but who knows? Practicals in ads, but also says, yeah, control nodes are kind of weird to mess with. Yeah, I mean, this is a point where I'm like, should I even have used the control node at all for this? I'm not sure. Kurt says you don't have a button. I mean, button is the same thing. Button is also a control. So even if it was a button, if I did change its scale, for example, where is it? I mean, first of all, I can't. You know what? I'm just going to do it. Here. Let me test it out. So we're going to get the focus line item, and we're going to tween its scale and see what happens with it. So function, play, select animation, which provides a line item, which is recipe line item. And we're going to create a tween. And then we're going to grab that tween and tween the property of tween property of the button and its scale. And we're going to dump it down to 90 for 0.05 seconds. And then we're going to bring it back up to normal. Do this, and we'll set the trends to be ease in and ease out because we love a good set trends, is it? Yeah. Cubic. And see what happens here. Shall we? We shall. I have a feeling it's going to break, but I can be also hopeful, I think, so to speak. Kelso says, go to ChatGPT and explain how you can achieve that effect by using tween. I don't know if you guys can hear, but my controller vibrates very aggressively whenever it turns on and connects. So it sounds really loud. And it scared me. Okay, well, this is not a flow container anymore. Let's see. Arshak Twitch says, wait, you're that guy? Hope you're... What? What? I'm what guy? What am I? Who am I? Practical says, I'm not sure, but hacky way might be to throw those panels into control nodes first or after. Oh. Hey, it's not hacky if it works, right? Hold on. Let me get to the place first. So some progress on the game, as you can see. I'm not sure if I'm imagining a lag. I should totally have FPS show up. Let's see. Gotta get to the crafting table. This dungeon generation did take a while too. All right. Here you go. Here we go. Okay. So we have this guy right here. So if I select, nothing happens. The scale doesn't work. Does it even trigger? It does trigger, but it doesn't do anything. Right? And I think it's because this thing. What if I copy and paste? So I don't know. What do you call it? What's his name? Stay at home devs experience, or the example looked like he was just changing the scale, but we'll see. Arshek Twitch says same my controller too. Practical says, but you might already have something going. I don't know. I might. So if you turn it into control, it just works, is what you're saying? Arshake says, no, you're not. He is web developer. Sorry, my misunderstanding. I confused you with other tech guy. Oh, yeah. Sorry. I'm not that guy. Whoever that guy is. Curse says, where's the map? I turned it off because map logic is not optimal and is causing a lot of lag right now. Ooh, there's a dip here. Interesting. Anyways. Oh, there's a peak of processing. Huh. Anyways, that's something that I need to figure out later. Not for me. Right now. So yeah, the scale thing doesn't work. Does it have to be control then? Is that what that is? Because if it's just simply a control, yeah, I don't know. Feels tricky. It doesn't feel that simple. I'm gonna try to interpret what stay-at-home dev is saying silently again. Adding the animation component to a button, extending node and creating the class, blah, blah, blah. He's creating it. He's creating a button. He doesn't really show what the property setup is for the button. But I'd imagine he's not doing a fill. So I think part of it is the fact that these things are container sizing as a fill. What if I just did one of these things? Will that allow me to move the scale? Nope. It doesn't let me move the scale. What about this thing? Layout, container sizing is sizing of the container itself. We got the layout direction. Yeah, I don't really know. Kelso says, I'm following Ezra because he's so cute. Oh, okay, thank you. Not for my technical abilities, no. Kelso says, yes, just use control node to be safe all the time. So let's see, hold on. So if I change this to a control node, which will obviously blow away the panel, and then I'm going to use 9patch rect here as a background, which I guess transform layout. We're going to get this position out of the way. I don't know what this is. What's the layout mode? Oh, why did it say 2? And then we'll do, maybe it doesn't have to be full rect. And maybe I do the sizing animation on the 9patch rect instead. But let's see. So obviously all of this focus logic is not going to work anymore. But at least I can see if the scale works. Scale still doesn't work. Control or not. Ah! Hate it! But at the least, I can control this. I can control this. So maybe that's what we do here. And can I control this one? Yes, I can control the internal structure. So the animation has to live within this. I can't control the whole thing, the root, but I can control the inside. Thanks for the follow, Owen Jenkins. Welcome, welcome. Oh, emote on screen, Cal. So what emote do you want? Kelso says, don't forget to set up the custom minimum size when using control nodes. Yeah, I do know that's the way to set the, what do you call, sizing. Irisari or Irisari? Thanks for the follow. Kerr says, why is it called Hama instead of Hammer? I don't know. It just felt cute, you know? Sometimes I put things down without any reason. It doesn't always have to have a reason, right? Okay, well, I don't know why that was 2 again, but something's going on. Okay. So this can be scaled in and out. This can be scaled in and out. This can't. So if I put the theme of, not theme, I think 9patch, I have to do, so I can't use this anymore. Not favorite. Get rid of the favorite. How do I remove from favorite? I don't need these resources anymore. Delete. I'm going to change this logic to use the UI. Where's the UI here? So craft item UI right here. Boom. It's going to be a 9patch rect. This will full rect. And we're going to grab the margin here, which will be, I don't know, what is it? 22. So it'll be like 7777 or something like that. Is that correct? Seems right. We're going to stretch the center pieces. I think that's correct. Yes. 7. That looks good. Okay. So we're simply going to replace the texture instead of replacing the style box. So we'll say const base texture 2D. And maybe this will be export. You know what? Export. And then we're going to have selected texture. And then we're just going to grab, get rid of these. We forgot var, as always. That's our favorite thing to forget in this thing. Put it up here. Danimal says, I just felt cute. Yeah. No. I'm saying the word Hama just sounds cute. Kelso says, did you go back home and visit North Korea? I don't live in North Korea, nor am I from there. That can be considered insensitive for some people, I think. It's not insensitive. I think it's just uneducated thing to say, maybe, perhaps. I'm not particularly sensitive to that kind of stuff, but you know what I mean? So this probably doesn't work anymore. We're going to have to replace it to be the 9patch rect here on ready. Instead of changing the theme override, we're going to just change the texture to be the selected texture. And then we're going to change this to be the base texture. Cool. And then we can populate this real quick, where we go craft item UI, base is this one, and highlight is this one. Let's see if this will break immediately. Kelso says, sorry, south. Well, I mean, if it's a mistake, I understand, but people do make that joke a lot. and it's, I don't know. it's giving 80s. Okay, so let's see. All right. Ba, 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 ba. But yeah, no, I don't visit a lot. I would like to visit more. Whoa. Oh, right. Also, the scaling is not working anyways. Oh, interesting. Right, because it's not panel anymore. It's not stretching with the thing. Let's see. That's cool. We're going to stretch it so that it matches its size, I guess, if it's in focus. Do I have to constantly update this? I mean, I'm already doing this as a full rect, but it seems like it doesn't care about the full rectness. Even though this does. Well, I guess technically this and this sizing needs to be manually handled. Okay, I get it. So I hate that this is what I need to do. The benefit of using panel was that all the underlying style box stretches with the components. Now that I'm using a separate component for the background, I'm going to have to manually do the sizing of this, which is okay. So what we're going to do here is make sure the sizing of this thing is being updated all the time. So we're going to say, oops, for now. We'll change it later, but size will equal to the current size of the VBox, I think. Size is vector 2. It doesn't like that probably. Name size called as a function, but is vector 2. Oh. Though. Let's see what that looks like. Okay, courage. Denmal says, I could see how they could be sensitive. I will say I would. Kelso says, don't worry, we're your ally there. I could see, Denmal says, I could see how that could be sensitive. I will say I would love to go to South Korea sometime, but it's a pretty costly adventure from the US. Stinks you couldn't get panel to work. Yeah, it does suck. Yeah, Korea is a fun place to visit. I like going there for food and all that, culture and whatnot, but you know, also I have family there, so I can't go there. I can't visit Korea without, like, I can't just go there for fun. It would be weird to make my way all the way there and not see my relatives. It's not only weird, it could be borderline rude. Eek. All right, well. It's because it's expending. I see. Because it's centered. It needs to keep its position. I don't know why it's... Hold on. That's kind of curious. Why is it doing that? It needs to grow. Yeah, it grows this way. Hello? Let's do full rect here. I mean, it's the anchor, so I feel like it should follow, but it doesn't. And all I'm doing here is having it match its size, the VBox container's sizing. But instead of growing downwards, it's centering. I guess I should probably take a look at what's happening on remote here. Kelso says, so that's the problem on the root node of your button because it's a panel. The root node is a control right now. but we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Let me go test it out real quick. I gotta find the recipe real quick. Oh, craft table, where art thou? Somewhere in here. Found it. All right. So when we do this, it's definitely, let me see. Remote, level 1 UI, crafting window. And that has a panel, HFlow, and then we have these items. And then the 9 patch is this. And then custom minimum size has been set to what? On 40 there? I mean, also it's not pushing everybody out. Like clearly VBox is adding this component. The root node size hasn't changed at all. Oh, I know what. You know what? I know what it is. So instead of setting this, I have to set the custom minimum size of the original to it. Here we go. Kelso says, no, that's the problem on the root node of your button because it's a panel. Huh? We'll see. We'll see. I mean, see, look, it's working now. Now, there's no margin here for this guy. So I could add that in. All right. That's cool and all. The scale's not going to work, but I can now scale it. I can go for the animation. Play, select, and I can just go 9 patch rect. Actually, I should do var tween. We'll go to create tween. We'll set trends to be cubic, and then we'll tween property of the 9 patch rect, and we're gonna do its scale, and we'll do 0.9 for 0.1 seconds. I mean, this will be too slow, but I want it to be slow at first so that I can verify some of these movements for sure. So do that on crafting window, on select instead of doing one of these things. I'm just going to call go play select real quick and see what that does. It's going to reduce the size. I don't know. And then the control size will remain the same, but then the 9 patch will reduce and increase. Only thing is the direction of its increase and reduction may not be appropriate, but we'll see. Not playing it. It's probably because it's 9 patch rect scale. Play to 0.9 and then 1 again. It doesn't do anything. Let me do something ridiculous so we can see for sure. And then we'll have it go really slow. Kelso says, oh, nice. You got it right and sweet. We're still only halfway there. Oh, some of these overlapping resources kind of crazy, but it's okay. You fix one problem, there's like 5 other problems. All right, all right. See, the scale of this is not changing at all. I think it's also because it's doing full rect right now. If I change it so that it's not a full rect, but rather just follows the sizing of its parents by default. So if I do that right now, you can see how it just does this. And instead, if I do 9, because at this point, I think I could, if I select, Oh, it's still not playing. The scale doesn't do anything. Look, tween property. Yeah, nothing happens to it. What if I did, instead of scale, do, well, actually, I want to see what it does if I manually change it. I mean, it does seem like it does something. But I guess that's not the point either. Maybe this is what I want. Okay. So we'll do size. And it'll go from size of the current size of the container is where it returns back to, and then it's going to reduce to 0.9, so 90% of original size. Let's see if that does anything. Oh, and then we probably want to do, well, size will equal to the same thing. And I suppose we should change this instead. Let's see what happens. Oops. Okay. Chris says, you might want to use a panel container as a root instead of... It was a panel container. I had to switch out. I just am... Okay, so now that Chris is here, we can really ask the real question here. All right. I mean, you can try and guess what my problem was. I had a problem with panel container, which is, yes, it moves with the component sizing, and then it also has a margin, so it was really nice. So I used it, and then I thought, I want to animate the button, well, animate the panel, so that it shrinks and goes back out. But when I tried to use tween, because it's doing the whole, like, expand to the margin or whatever, the sizing change of the panel obviously would change the overlay, like this thing right here. Okay. I mean, at least, see, this is what I wanted. So I wanted the animation of this, like, selector to be able to change without impacting the layout, you know? So when I was using the panel and then the style box, animating this thing was a little bit tricky, and I couldn't get it to work right. So here we are. And then it says, he tried, Chris. Lol, yeah. And then the puzzle is, I was like, okay, well, how are the people doing the animation? And so I looked up UI animation, and obviously there's a stay-at-home dev tutorial, and he's just using straight up button and a VBox container, yet he's applying tween to the scale. All he's doing is setting the tween to the scale, and it plays animation nicely. When I was doing it, it's like the sizing is locked, and it won't let me play with it. And I have a feeling that it has to do with the whole, like, doing a full rect with fill and all that stuff. But it's definitely not a fun thing that I'm doing here. Okay, 90% of the size was changing its width, which is kind of annoying. So I also think this should be probably full rect here, and its container sizing should expand the width. Let's see what that does. So yeah, I'm not sure. Thanks for the follow, Primus Romanus. Latin name. A first Roman man? Romanus. I mean, I don't think Romans are actually Romanus in Latin. I get the idea. Whoa. Look at that. Also, you know what? This expansion should happen as animation too. That'd be very satisfying. Okay. So right here, custom minimum size is being set to be the box container size. I feel like, so we're doing width to full rect, which will fill the width. And so when I take the size here, it seems to claim that the size is, because when it's snapping back to this, it's saying that the control node size is actually that. Which is kind of annoying. What happens if I just do like this? Okay, that's a little better. Oh, okay. Okay. We can do that now with definitely a lot less time. Okay, cool. Almost. Right? I don't like the percentages, actually. Percentages make it so that the longer side will reduce more. So I'm going to do a pixel now instead of scaling. So we'll size it minus by certain margin. Or I guess the press margin amount. And that's probably could be a export variable, which will break, obviously. We'll have, oops, export variable called press margin amount. We'll do 5 pixel on this, and grouping. How to export category, UI. I guess base texture should also be there. That'll do that. I need to make sure that this is, instead of being everywhere, it should be centered. I'm not sure if doing this anchor center thing would break it or not. But we'll see. We'll see what that does. Demo says, just kidding. I'm sure something silly is going on. Yeah, I mean, a bunch of silly things happen every time I touch, what do you call, container, unfortunately. It's definitely a challenge. Oh my gosh. I'm actually surprised that it's working. Okay, I feel like the margin needs to be bigger too. I'm actually suspicious that it's working. Why is it working? That looks good, right? Okay. I gotta give it a little margin on these items down here. We're adding new things. I guess the counters, item counters. It's lined up on the beginning. I guess I could give a... I mean, center. Alignment is center. And then... what should I do? Okay, so the new item is a H-box. And it's too close. Texture is too close. I can give it a left margin. I guess I could do that, huh? And how do I give left margin there? Margin container? Do I have to add it with the margin container? I guess I could do that instead. So I'd encounter, got this with the texture rect. And can we actually just do a indent or do a little control node in there and then call this indent margin, and then I can provide to be like 5 pixels or something, and then when this is set, if node let's see if I do this, what happens. When this is set the indent margin custom minimum. Wait. What does it like? Oh, var. I keep forgetting to type var whenever I do export or onReady. Custom minimum size. X will equal to indent margin, maybe. See what happens. I feel like that would work. Yeah. Kind of silly. Primus Romanus says, hi everyone. Well, actually, Primus name used very often for of the firstborn child in ancient Roman. Yes. I remember learning that in my high school Latin class. Chris says, just started watching. That size issue might be because the parent container override the size of the recipe. Size of the recipe? Danimal says, very interesting. Yeah. I took Latin. What is it? Salve. Salve Clemens. I feel like everybody who took Latin used the same exact whatever. Good enough. I guess technically I should have just used margin container because this is kind of annoying. Oh, hold on. Just give me a second. I'm back. I don't know, Chris. I mean, I feel like you probably are right. I just don't know what's going on in general. Thanks for a follow, CPO ML. But that's just kind of the general idea. Kogane says hello again. Thank you. Hi. Hi again. For now, whatever, you know, it's whatever. It works. The background texture works independently. We got the enemy. We have the select animation. Oh, you know what's funny? I wanted to open up with the first element selected. Like, it's technically selected, it's just not making that animation. So Let's do that actually. So on the crafting window, when it opens, I think visibility change. Is there a visibility change here? We're doing this. Get focused line item. When we're selecting selected item index 0. We're doing this. I guess the first time is not even considered selected. I suppose I should open with 0. Here. When I'll do -1 to start with. When this becomes visible, level 1, I guess I should do a visibility change here. On visibility change, wait, where is that implementation? It claims that it's in here, but I don't see it. Oh, it doesn't exist. Wait, does it? Hold on, I don't want to mess everything up here. No, it doesn't. I deleted it. It seems like I deleted it. It used to have something. All right, we're going to disconnect this real quick. We're going to make new one. If visible, we're going to make sure that the selected index is, the cursor is at the beginning, basically. Will be 0. And hopefully that'll trigger all the set options. Chris says, haha, okay, fine, as long as I'm right. I can live with that. I'm sure you're right about a lot of things. It's just that I don't know what sizing issue you're referring to, honestly. I mean, there's a bunch of sizing issue, but okay, it doesn't like this. Invalid access property key. Is it because of this? I mean, only thing I changed was changing this from 0 to -1. Ooh, my face is getting dark here. The day is getting warmer. There it is. Okay. Let's see. Where art thou, shopkeeper? Or the blacksmith? We should call him the right name. There it is. Okay, still not selected by default. I don't like. I suppose, let's see. I mean, this only runs if the node is ready, and that's the kind of the problem here. I think by default, it needs to set this to true, I think. Is in focus to be true. On visibility change, I think. It's a little roundabout way of doing this, but okay, it doesn't like that. Invalid access. Recipe. Oh, because the... Okay. So when it first becomes visible, the items haven't been added yet. I think that's this issue. I think what I need to do is, instead of doing this here... Oh, by the way, thanks for the follow, Sanctum. And an emote on screen. Okay, so the way emote on screen works is that you share the emote that you want to put on the screen, like this cat on my shoulder. That Eduardo likes to put. And I'll put it on the screen. Share it on the chat where you want it. Chris says, better to use grab focus. Okay. And then use the signal when focus entered. Okay. You're right, because we're using the UI elements, and then if there's any like keyboard versus controller actions, then we want to operate based on the focus. So you can tab around to different focus. Sanctum says, that's pretty cool. I'm new here, but I'm mostly looking for some advice. Oh, I see. And whatever advice you can ask for, we can do our best to provide for you. We got a bunch of people that knows things out here. So welcome, welcome. Welcome to the channel. All right. Grab focus. Okay. So we have selected item. We do still want to keep track of which one has the focus on the parent level, because I have some functions that I want to work off of. I am adding items here. As I'm adding them, I do think I can go var item, and it's like what? Item in items is item resource. So item resource, and that'll be items I. Change this to I. And then what we're going to do here is if I equals selected item index, we're going to grab focus. And we're going to change the line item logic. We'll do this here too. We'll go. So only one of them can have focus at a time, right? It'll automatically lose focus. So I can go, boop, this will be grab focus. Like that. Is in focus. Yeah, cool. I don't have to do that. We're going to grab focus for that one. And for the line items, we're going to listen to the signal called focus entered and focus exited. And that's where we're going to do the whole is in focus equal to true. And then we'll do the false. So we're responding to the signal as opposed to actually setting the value that are customized. Hopefully that'll work. Support of YouTube says harmful content involving minors. Okay. What? Am I the minor in this situation? Is that the All right. Thanks, YouTube, for letting me know. Nutsanctum says, so I've been trying to get started on game dev. I began with Godot in November with Bracky's tutorial, but it just overwhelmed me. Recently, I decided to learn Lua and love 2D since it's pretty simple and mostly code compared to a whole engine. And advice in general when it comes to learning. Thanks in advance, everyone. Actually, surprisingly or unsurprisingly, we get that question a lot. Namely, the part where we say, people ask, if you are trying to learn a new skill or code or how to make a game, what's the best way to get started? And especially if you don't know anything. And we, I think, give... Okay, this is not working still. Hold on. Okay, this is the graph focus's fault. I'll fix that later. We give the basically generally same thing. Obviously, there are a lot of good resources to get starting with general knowledge dump. And it also depends on how much experience you have with just coding in general. Are you familiar with coding? Either way, it doesn't matter. I think the best way to learn, just like how you set up tutorials for games, like for example, if you're making a game, the best tutorial is not an info dump, but the knowledge introduction as they become relevant, right? So that means in order for you to absorb the information the best, you have to be asking the question first. So like, how do I say this? Yeah, so that means you have to ask the question first before answering the question, instead of finding the answer, then the question. So the best way to do it for me, I think, is to come up with a game idea, a simple game idea that you want to make, right? So you say, I'm going to make a platformer, and then go from there. Then the question is, how do I make platformer on Godot? Then you have this like kind of a tutorials series that you can find that covers that. If not, you can say how to make platformer, and then you break that question down into further pieces, right? Okay, so if I want to make a platformer, I need physics simulation of being able to control the character or lay out the map. And then you start asking those like specific questions and take one bite size at a time. Because from what I can tell, just getting an info dump without practice never helps. Helps a little bit if you repeat it a lot, but it's not the best way to do it, I think. So my suggestion is look for a question, very specific questions to ask, and then find the answer to those small pieces at a time. For coding purposes, you do still want like general base coding knowledge of like how to do loops, how to do if condition, what variable means, all those things. But that you can learn as you go. But once you do that, you want to be able to, ask those specific questions. Once again, another thing that I say about Godot, if you want to get back into Godot, I don't know if you tried this before, but if you look at the Godot documents, which I guess, hold on, Godot documentation, they're really good, actually. Even before looking at all the brackeys and all the tutorials online for the video, go to this getting started part. This is good. And learning how to read this is even better because unlike learning things from a video, you are decoupling yourself from relying on visual information to get your need met, right? This covers the basic concept for you to get started in general. So you are acquainted with terms and vocabulary they use and the concepts they use. And this is a simple game example that you can just follow along. A lot of words, I know. I know some people are really bad at reading, like being able to focus on reading. But this is a good practice because later when you want to do new things that doesn't have answers to and you're looking for your own answer, you have to know how to read document to find answers. So this is kind of practicing reading to gain information. So that's a good start as well. So that's just a general concept, I guess. Let's see what other people say here. H. Ruggier says, okay. Hey, Courage, you're not going to ban this guy? We should probably ban this guy. We'll report first. Misinformation, harassment. Let's see. And then hide user. I wonder if we can ban. Is that enough? The user's message will be hidden. Yes, that's a ban. All right. Not Sanctum says, thanks a lot for help. JD Does Dev says, did Ezra get a haircut? I did. I also got a little curl, little perm. Looking good, Fran. Thank you, Dev. JD. Chris says, if Graph Focus isn't doing anything, make sure the node has focus mode set. Oh, I didn't know that was a thing. Thank you. Focus mode. All. There you go. Hopefully. Kelso says, go to GD Quest or Godot official course. Godot official course, I think, is the best one. The documentation, Sanctum. But, I mean, the fact that you felt overwhelmed by Brecky's video, which is long. Okay, still not doing anything. I wonder if it's even triggering this. We're going to have to find this. No, it's not. It's not triggering any grab focus thing. Let's take a look at this. Steals the focus from another control and become a focus control. Use this method together with call deferred makes it more reliable, especially when called inside node ready. See focus mode here. Non-click or all. Only one control can be focused at the same time. It will receive keyboard, gamepad, and mouse signal. So we set all. The node can grab focus on mouse click, using the arrows and the tab keys on the keyboard, or using D-pad button on a gamepad. Use with... I don't know why it's not working. What am I missing here? Is it because it's missing the next and then I'm using D-pad to do the grab focus? Perhaps. Hey, PM Teddy, welcome back. Says, I just got here and people are getting banned left and right already. No, it's just that there's this on YouTube. I feel like YouTube is kind of filled with less troll, I think, here and there. Well, Courage is definitely slacking at this point, but Courage is also lurking, so... The Sanctum says, I have known Python for a while. Started it when I was 17 for my computer science class, and I'm 20 now. Definitely going to take your advice on reading documentation. And since I started uni, I've been more open to reading code docs and the likes. Yeah, I think that's a great starting point. And then, once again, as I said, finding a question, a specific question to ask so that you can search them. Because at the end of the day, game dev or coding in general is... learning how to Google things, in my opinion. Learning how to Google things and learning how to put the pieces together. And, learning how to put the pieces together is mostly learning programming pattern and practice and getting used to it. But the other part is Googling a lot, right? Searching the answer a lot. And in order for you to search, you get to learn how to narrow down your question to optimize your search keyword, right? And I always say this, the best way to learn how to search information is always search as specifically as possible, learn what they're called officially, right? So once you learn the name, then you can now start to search the name to see what the professionals are talking about or people who are experienced are talking about. This is the same thing as, I heard this the other day. Somebody was asking in this other content, like, in order to write music, is music theory necessary? And they said, basically, if you're just writing music by yourself and that's all you're performing, you're making your own, then not really. It helps inform some things. But if you're working with people, you need music theory, and it helps because you don't have to play everything out anytime you try to tell other musician what they need to play. You can just tell them in the language that is music theory. Same thing goes here too. Learning words and specific names is important in searching information because that's the language of that field. It's like trying to communicate with other people by definition only instead of words, right? So, that's my take. JD Dezev says, yeah, you might need to wait process frame to make sure the node exists before it grabs focus. Oh, really? PMT says, see, YouTube trolls, possibly the worst kind. Really? I need to wait even though it exists already? I feel like it already does exist though. Where is it? Node ready. We're changing crafting window here. Anytime I do this, I grab the modded value. I mean, this gets run. Sanctum says, thanks so much, Ezra. Sorry for sounding like a student. Before I start acting like a good viewer, just one more question. Do you know Chalcade? He's my main source of learning Lua and Love 2D. I'm not, unfortunately, I'm not familiar with, but if you like them, must mean that they're a very solid content maker. But I have never actually watched their stuff. I'm also not familiar with Love 2D, but it's okay. It's okay. JD says, not sure. I just got here and ran into a similar problem. Might not be the same thing. Okay. Well, let's figure it out, shall we? So it's over here. It grabs the item and it tries to call grab focus on it. Boom. But when it calls it, it doesn't trigger the is in this thing. Wait, what? Hold on. Wait, what? What did I connect? Hello? It's not connected. Wait, what did I actually connect? Hold on. Oh, okay. All right, that makes sense. So I definitely connected a wrong signal. Silly. All right, there it is. I should have known from the name of the... It should have been obvious from the name, but I guess sometimes I work too fast. Chris says, oh, you connected the VBucks container. Yeah, I did. That's funny. Pimte says to Sanctum, Ezra has a really great beginner-friendly video on Good Call Game Dev for Noobs, a real starting place. Look it up on YouTube. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to link. Yeah, links are not allowed, but you can do at least the YouTube command, the exclamation point YouTube, to get my channel up. Well, I mean, like, seems like this person actually has some coding experience. So depending on your level, I don't really have anything in between. So I have the roguelike deck builder tutorial, which I think is pretty good for like early. Okay, well, still it's not working. Ugh, hold on. I mean, look, it's kind of working, but it's not selecting it. The heck? Oh, yeah, I got rid of the focus mode here. Oh, there you go. Whew. Yes. Alas. Bup, bup, bup. Boom, 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 boom. All right. We got it, everyone. It's still not working for the beginning part, though. Let's see. Chris says, YouTube. PM Teddy as well. Thank you. Thank you for doing that for us. Sanctum says, thanks, guys. Love this place already. Aw, that's nice to hear. We are just a community of lost people that tries to find a way. That's all there is. We might not have an immediate answer, but we surely know how to find our way. Why is it doing that? I guess I have to do this too. I guess it's a little delayed. Whatever. We'll just fix one at a time. Where are you? This looks like a crafting table. Yes, it is. Boom. Yes, finally. All right. Okay, so we can select. All right, now for the real thing. We're going to have it play the animation of select. Change the user. No, add the item to the user's inventory. I guess it depends on what type it is. I guess if it has a cost. Sanctum says, the game that got me back into the mood of learning was Balatro. Yeah, Balatro was really fun. And that one, I believe, is made in Love 2D, right? No. Was it? It was either that or Game Maker. I don't remember exactly. But what Ezra has on screen looks interesting as well. Yeah, well, thank you. What I'm making right now is a crafting dungeon crawler game. Enter the Gungeon meets Minecraft, I guess, so to speak. But more importantly, I'm doing this as a challenge to use free assets only to see where it goes and what the experience looks like so I can make a YouTube video. But yeah. Let's see. JD does this, says, nicely done. Nap time for me. Have a great rest of the stream. Thank you, JD. Go have a nice sleep. PM Tata says, Ezra also made a deck builder tutorial, which is great as well. It's but thanks. It's my main moneymaker at the moment. What do you call it? It reignited. So right now it's doing really well, and its CPM is pretty high. So I'm like, oh my gosh, this actually could. My current theory is like I need 9 more of those videos before I can just be stable off of it. Thanks for the follow, Amitabhas Light. Welcome, welcome. PM Teddy says also on his YouTube, of course. Yes, exactly. Sectum says, thanks, PM Teddy. Let me check it out right now. Chris says, you could have it spit out the crafted item like when you destroy a rock. Ooh, I love that. Thank you for that wonderful idea. Yes, and then you have to pick it up with a button, A button. Solid idea right there. Amitabhas redeemed the emote on screen. So once again, how that works is that you put the emote that you want on screen, and then I'll put it on the screen. So let me know what emote and where you want it. PM says, see, getting your clicks left and right, Ezra. I'm sort of your manager right now. Basically, just breathing down on my neck. It's like, make your content. I do need to do that though. I have a few contents I'm working on right now. I mean, you can already see the script for this one. Potentially Hook. So I'm currently making a top-down roguelike dungeon crawler, tentatively named Rogue Mine, and there are a lot of interesting technical problems I'm solving for this. However, look at this. I mean, really look at this. Isn't the bounce nice and satisfying? Anyways, the whole like the top-down bounce thing. So I'm making a video on that. Welcome to the Game Mistake says, you're pretty cute, by the way. Oh, thank you. Sanctum says, PM Teddy is the plug. Yeah, exactly. Actual Cannibal says, PM Teddy, more like PR Teddy. I love that. Jeez. Everyone, thank you. Thank you. Gee. Wait, what? I just got a notification saying that Pirate Software went live. This early? Oh no, Pirate. Why? Wait, hold on. Who's following? Is that a sub from YouTube? Thanks for the sub, Logan. Logan Manual. Welcome, welcome. Okay, let's spit out the crafted item, shall we? And there's no limit to how many you can spit out, right? Should it be top? Oh, hold on. Should it be centered like that, though? That means it's going to cover... Well, it doesn't matter, I guess. All right. So, when we select... We already did this. A few things here. We're doing the play selection thing. And then we're going to check cost and subtract cost. And then spit out item. Spit out item, I think, is pretty simple. We were doing a signal here, which is on crafting on item spawn right there. And it does item spawn like this. So I just need to give it a source character. Ooh. Well... Hold on, is this guy a... It's not a character, is it? No, it's just an interactable. I guess technically I could add an empty character on top of it. I don't even need that, actually. I could do... source character or function spawn item. And we want the item spawning on a position. Position. Or I guess I could just call it pause. Or 2. And then I can do this exact same thing. Instead of that, do this. And then I can call spawn item on this. Items and then source character global position. That should work. That also means we need to make a map item of the little hammer and whatnot, which I guess is not that complicated because we're going to just add the texture of it, I think. Oh, yes, we do need it. We have to think about it. Okay, so Not Sanctum says, the funny thing is I just came from Pirate Software. Oh, really? Wait, so Pirate Software... Because, okay, so I make it a point to go live right when Pirate Software is ending his stream generally, which is like 11 a.m. PST, so that I can catch some stragglers like you, Sanctum. And it's working. That's why I was surprised. Okay. Welcome says, Chet widget, we need it. Okay, so we were talking about, Welcome and I were talking about chat widget to put on screen because we saw this on TikTok where there are streamers who are making a special like gachapon, like candy dispenser where people can use their points to collect these candies. And I thought it would be cool to make it on stream, but we don't know what the theme should be. Like, what should it be themed? You know? I mean, strawberry is an obvious one because we do strawberry folks here, but we'll see. If you have any ideas, put it out there. Okay, Alpha, thanks for the follow. Not Sanctum says, didn't know you needed my sub that much. Yeah, we can use every single sub right now. We're desperate. We're just a wee little content maker that's growing. PM Teddy says, Sanctum, thank you for the YouTube sub. Every time someone subs to Ezra, I get food. I've been... Oh, that's what you're talking about. Yeah, that's right. We have PM Teddy in a cage behind this green screen. And then food dispenses every time I get a sub. Sanctum says, at this point, he's been live for like 30 minutes, I believe. Wow. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, this is an unusual hour for him. It's okay. Well, I guess, I mean, I'm still doing this. I got a lot of things to do. Kelso says, don't blame yourself. Yeah, don't blame yourself. It's okay. PM Teddy says, that's why I plug in. Yeah. Actual Cannibal says, hook, line, and sinker. Werevoid says, Barry Thulu. That's right. We love Barry Thulu. For context, Barry Thulu is Barry Cthulhu. But I think that should be a special one, right? So there's a gachapon of a bunch of berries, and Barry Thulu will be one of the rare ones that are collectible. PM Teddy is the other cat, yeah. PM Teddy is, we got Fig, Peach, and then PM Teddy. That's just the one that's being abused, apparently. Sanctum says, is that what those banging noises were? Everyone sub for Teddy. Everyone feed Teddy. Actual Cannibal Panda says, if you listen carefully, you can hear the rattle of PM Teddy's cage. You can. You have to be quiet. That's the bit now. We got PM Teddy behind us. I front with this like nice smile and being gentle, but then behind the green screen, there's real abuse going on. Goodness. I don't want to trigger anyone here. It's funny. You guys are silly. All right. Let's see. It's been only 2 hours. I think we're still good for streaming for a few more. Let's see. We got to spawn these items. That's right. We wanted to spawn a hammer or whatever. So we have a scene. Currently, I'm making it so that each of these things have its own little thing. Kind of want to make one for item specifically, because items don't, like the hitbox doesn't matter as much. It doesn't have to be precise. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to create probably an inherited scene for weapons. Weapons and relics, I guess. And we'll create one that's weapon map item. And then we'll save this under item, I think. Yes. Weapon map item. And excuse me, a little burpee here. No shame. It has all of these. I wonder if I need to do export on this. Shadow size doesn't matter. I just want to be able to grab the item resource, which I guess it should. Okay. So this one is for spawning. So we'll just detach this and create a new attached script that expands the map item. Extends it. So we have weapon map item. Class name weapon map item. And it'll definitely, it doesn't have to be an export, but I'm going to make an export variable of the item resource, which I think, let's see. What kind of resources do we have? Weapons is its own thing. Ah, here it is. These are called item resource, yes. Should it be item resource that it takes? I think so. I should do it. Yeah, here you go. Item resource. And once it takes the item resource, it'll, I guess, update the sprite when it gets assigned. So we'll go item resource equals the value. And then we're going to update the sprite 2D's texture to be item resource. Icon texture. That'll update. Pickup label area and then collision area is basically the same. I guess this one won't be just auto picked up. I think this one has to be like clicked. So we're going to make a new one where it says auto pick is auto pickup, which by default is true, but for map items this is false. Still will do a little bounce, which we like with the shadow drawn. If it doesn't have auto pickup, that means we have to actually confirm to pick up. So the attracting doesn't matter. We're not going to do an attraction thing. And then we probably also don't have the whole collision thing going on, does it? Oh, thanks for the follow, Acker1. Welcome. Welcome to the game's mistake says, ooh, weapons monger widget. Oh, that could be cool. Ooh, what if everybody gets, ooh, how about your collectible is like, we can have a little mini game where everybody gets a little strawberry folk, but then you can do a gachapon to do like equipments and like modification for the strawberry folks. So you can have your own avatar. That'd be really fun. That would be fun, a little interactive game. And plus, Void actually wanted to, I don't know if this is relevant to what Void wanted to do, but that could be interesting. You know what? I should do that. Yeah, Sanctum says, I like that idea. I think that could be really fun. And then later you can use those characters in, I don't know, some sort of like stream games. Not Sanctum says, hey, Ezra, do you make all your pixel art and tile maps? Oh, I usually do. Okay, so general rule of thumb is that I love making pixel arts. So I do make my own pixel arts and tile maps to a point where I actually have on my itch page, which I actually should probably make it cheaper, but I have an asset pack actually that I recently released. Part of the reason I'm doing this exercise is because I released this and I wanted to know what it's like to buy one, because I never use pre-made assets. So this experiment right now I'm doing is I'm doing the whole free asset versus paid asset where I'm only using pre-made assets. So right now, everything you see here is free assets that I found online. So in this particular case, no. Most of the time, yes. There's one game I'm working on, one of the bigger game that I'm working on called Dread on Arrival. I'm working with a pixel artist named Revi, who I know in IRL, but is also well known online as a pixel artist. So sometimes I work with people, but generally I make my own. Sanctum says, "Whoa, those assets are awesome. Thank you, thank you." It's very niche, it's isometric, so sometimes it's not useful, but here we are. Voice says, "Yep, same. I need to hurry and finish it so I can challenge Doe." Yeah, we need a what do you call? Another stream like distraction game I could think of is like there's an overlay where it's like an idle game, and then you guys like vote on like a composition of the idle game, and then they just fight instead of like controlling it. That could be fun. Vibav Kirthi says, "Love you, man." Oh, thanks. Appreciate it. Appreciate the support and the love. I think that could be really fun. But that also means we need to decide on the sizing of the strawberry folk so that the weapons can be relevant. But, you know, that's a question for later. We were doing something here. Oh, yes. We wanted to make it so that the weapon map item can have or spawn. And the way we're going to do this, I think, over here, the shopkeeper, level 1, crafting window. I think this could probably have a signal. Signal that says item crafted. Now the question is, every time something gets crafted, does the craft window close or not? Maybe it does. Because what I do want to do here, Voice says nope. Okay. Yeah, I think you're right. I'll do a map item. Well, maybe it shouldn't be map item. It should be item resource. Item resource that gets crafted. And then over here, we're going to do a check later, but for now, I want to test this. Whatever is being selected, so we can say get focus line item, right? And then that is item recipe. Hold on, is it recipe line item? Recipe line item. And then it's going to have some information, hopefully. Recipe, which is the item resource. Yes. Which has all these things. And this will be emitted. Cannot convert from callable to recipe. Oh, whoops. Item crafted emit. Wait. Hello? Cannot convert from callable. Callable? What am I, hold on, what am I missing here? Invalid cast. What am I casting? Oh, whoops. There you go. Silly me. Oh, Sanctum is going. Bye, Sanctum. Sanctum says, thanks for having me for the past 20 or so minutes, Ezra. Glad I found you. Going to make sure I visit as much as possible now. PM Teddy, I hope my sub gets you a pudding cup. Yeah. Bye, Sanctum. Have a good one. Yeah. Bye, Sanctum. Thanks for bringing us a nice little content. Honestly, I should probably edit that little conversation we had. Which says, then close it yourself. Huh? What? What if I want to craft something else? Exactly. I think you're right. It's just that I wanted to show. I might make it so that the window is not centered. The crafting window is not centered. Maybe like a little off center. So like, for example, like put it like this. Because I want to show some of the animation and the items popping out. Potentially. So let's do that. Okay, so we have the map item, blah, blah, blah. We can set the sprite, same thing. Oh, we said we're going to disable the collision, essentially, right? So when body enters here, we do the bounce direction. That's fine. I suppose the player, I guess the detection is happening on the player character. So when the player is picking up an item, so item pickup area, on area entered, queue free the item, and then we do this. But also, we gotta, and hold on. Is auto pickup. So only pickup if it is auto pickup. And then the map item also attracting, which the whole magnetizing thing should only happen export var. Actually, magnetize only should happen if it is auto pickup. If it is not auto pickup, then we don't start attracting. Okay. Cool. So we're preventing it from being picked up. We're preventing it from being magnetized. And then we are emitting from the shop an item that has been crafted. So on the world over here, this should probably be right next to spawn item. Like so. Spawn item here on the position. Item spawn handler, yep. We should probably rename this, honestly. I'm going to disconnect it. Disconnect. I'll call this craft item crafted, or crafted item handler. There you go. Cooley says, I'm back from the gym. Any good progress? Also not sure if you have any Discord mods, but you have some spamming scam messages. Oh, I do? Well, that is sus. We don't like that, do we? What do we got here? All right. I mean, it's... What's going on here? Yeah, do not do above image. More block. Stop direct messages. There you go. All right, I don't like any of these things. You know what the problem is? The problem is this is exactly same thing that somebody else was talking about. If this continues, if this pattern continues, there's no more second chances. I feel like this is relevant to what was being talked about earlier, so keeping my eyes out. PM Teddy says, yep, today is a weird one. Yep. Voice says, some dares to spread false teachings in the domain of Barry Thulu. Yeah, exactly. Don't do any of the things. Thanks for letting me know, Cooley. Geez, I need to get more Discord mod to do all those spending things, I guess. Void, are you guys able to do Discord mod stuff? I'm not sure if you guys have permission or not. I'm not even sure if you have like the band permission, because I would trust you guys to do that. But yeah, we'll see. We'll figure it out. Okay, so when the crafted item gets spawned, it's basically same thing as map item, but we actually want to create a map item instead. I guess specifically, I honestly, you know what? I actually feel like the crafting. You know what? I can do it here, I think. So let's say we have a constant of a weapon map item scene preload of this thing, weapon map item. Oh, it does not exist. Oh, TSCN. And then on item spawn, right here, instantiate var weapon map item will be weapon map item. I suppose I could just do this. Oh my gosh. Ah! I just locked my screen by mistake. Hopefully it didn't look crazy for a moment. Voice says nope. Okay, well I need to give you guys that permission. Cooley says, I opened it and saw a new post in every channel and was like, huh, that's not normal. Yeah, exactly. Oh, you know, I always say it's definitely suspicious behavior. I'm going to be careful. I feel like the spam and troll has increased since we welcomed Courage. But I'm not going to witch hunt just yet. But I don't know. My pattern recognition says Courage is a little sus right now. Could be a coincidence. Could be not. We'll see. No way. I say I'm not going to witch hunt, but I am. It's funny. Okay, so weapon map item gets spawned in, and we're going to say item resource will be the item. This one is not relevant until it gets added as a child, right? So I think what we can do is we're going to set it to be invisible first, and then we're going to add this as a child to the world, I guess. Actually, what does this do? Yeah, it tries to set the texture, so it's going to all freak out. I guess, here, func process delta float super process delta, and then we'll just is dirty here? Is dirty? No. So I'll do var is dirty false. And then we'll set that to true here. And if the situation is dirty and what is it? Is node ready? Then we're going to do the operation here. Yeah. There you go. Wait, why can I not call the virtual function? This is what I do all the time. Oh, I guess it doesn't really exist. Dirty equals false. And it should be good. All right, so instead of adding a child, we can just set the item resource here. Everything is set up, and then we're going to say item spawn, or spawn item on position. Which position? Position of the crafting table, hopefully. Which I don't know where it is. I suppose I have to do the whole get tree node. No, I shouldn't do that though. I feel like I should keep track of which. Okay, let me think. The crafting table is a static body, and it has its own class. And this one is being interacted with doing all these things. When I input, it activates, right? And then that's being done in player character. It should probably, player character should probably keep track of what it's interacting with, right? Interactable in focus. Oh, it's in there. Okay. So we can grab its interactable that's in focus by the player. So we can say get, I'll say get tree nodes in group, or first node in group, I guess. First node in group, player. We have a group called player here. Cool. And that one's going to definitely have player character, and we'll grab its interactable in focus, which happens to be just one interactable, and we'll grab its position. Var spawn position will equal to position of this guy, and then we'll spawn that right there. Spawn item. What is it missing? Cannot have element type of item resource in an item. Oh, whoops. Map item. There you go. Okay, so it should spawn something there, I think. Cooley says, Voice says, bless me with mod rights and I will. BRB. Okay. I am going to give Void a Discord mod. This used to be not a problem, but it seems like I have a lot of issues here. You know, just can't have nice things. Why does it have to be this way is my question. You know what I mean? So complicated here. Roles. Events. Chat. I'm doing this off the screen because who knows what I can expose. I know it says it's streamer mode is enabled, but I also don't know what that means exactly. Can't be too sure. All right. We got under roles. We got mods here. We got members. Okay, appropriate. Permission. Band member. Save change. There you go. You have a band permission now. Cooley says, that just means you're growing, right? Lol, more success, more trolls. I think so. I mean, views are views. But also, I also don't want to be exploited. All right, let's see. So I think it should work right now. Things should spawn, at least. I want to say. It doesn't check the cause right now. All right, let's get this going right here. It's probably over here, I think. Oh, nope, that's the boss room. Mm-hmm. Yeah, here we are. Ah! Wait. Why is it not spawning? Level 1. Crafting window. When it's accepted, it emits the recipe. And that is connected to... Oh, nothing. Whoops. That wouldn't make sense. Forgot to connect it. We're going to connect it to actually a method that already exists. We'll pick it. I think it was called handle craft item connect. And that takes item resource. And indeed it takes item resource. Okay, let's do that. Still nothing. Level 1. Let's see if it enters this. It does. Okay. Oh, I made it. We don't need invisibility anymore. I think it'll work fine. So it is getting triggered, so I don't need this. All right. Come on, item. Please spawn. Okay, this is definitely a boss room. There you go. There it is. Whee! Yes! Nice. Okay, well, Y-Sort definitely needs to... Wait, what? Hold on. Why is Y-Sort not working on this? Oh. Wait, Y-Sort is working on the player but not on the items? That seems a little silly. But okay. All right. That's a lot of weapon, yeah. Hold on, let me think about this. Did I not make the... Hold on, map, item... Y-Sort. Oh, it's not... Okay, well, that makes sense. It's not working because it's not turned on. Oh, I wonder why it's not working. All right. Okay. It's looking good. Slowly but surely. Hey, why is this guy stuck? Okay. All right, buddy. The shadow definitely needs work. I mean, part of me is like, should I just make the shadow as sprite instead of it being calculated? Okay, weapon item. Let's see. We're gonna adjust the shadow size here. We'll do it to like 3, a little bit smaller, and then wait, the shadow distance. Oh wait, I thought I was able to modify the shadow distance. Shadow distance from the object. Starting position. Huh. I guess I didn't do that. Is that only for characters? I guess so. Character has shadow distance. And the way I used it, I guess I should copy this shadow distance, is by adding it to this thing. So on the map item, distance from the object would be this instead. And then shadow distance should be exported. For now. And then I can change it. I gotta do some testing here. Welcome says it's giving Binding of Isaac, and that would be a good give. That's an appropriate giving, I have to say. So it's doing what it's supposed to be. But once again, we're doing a free asset challenge, so we're just using free assets right now. So what it's giving right now is tentative, and we'll see what people say. I think it'll be the best part of that experiment is putting it in front of people and see what people say about the visual aspect of it. Distance from the object. There you go. Okay. I'm going to have to adjust this as I go, but we'll see. Okay. That seems okay. Obviously, the distance from the object needs to change. I think, okay, the whole, like, thing is not working. Let me see. So originally, it had this thing. Oh, I guess starting position. It was starting position minus, I guess this is the distance from the object. And then I'll have shadow distance here. Oh. Yeah. Distance from the objects is subtracted by the starting position. And starting position is skewed by the shadow distance. So I think the shadow distance by default is 0. We'll see. Do I have the floor? Do I? That's a funny meme. All right, hold on. Just give me a second here. Okay. Something's definitely happening with this one. I feel like it's going up instead of going down. Is it doing anything? What if I do 10 here? Let me change. Okay, 10 feels a little bit better. But it's not getting smaller, is it? Not by very much. Also, it's drawing on top. Well, this one is drawing behind, but that one is drawing on top. It's really confusing. It's kind of working, kind of not working. I'll have to fix that later. I wonder if I can change the draw order. And so I suppose for the weapon item, we can give it like 20 and see what happens. Go over here. Not bad. I feel like this should be set per sprite. Also, maybe it doesn't require a shadow. Do I need a shadow? Probably not. But everything else has a shadow. We'll give it 24. Oof. 21. Let's do that again. Definitely needs to be configured per weapon. I also feel like things are a little bit laggy here. Maybe not. It's not bad. Let's see. Speaking of scams and spams, is preventing people from the Discord channel private messaging, is that channel option or is that a individual option? Like, do I have to turn it on the channel or is that something that everybody has to do individually? Okay, this is definitely off. Oh, that's really far. So by default, map item. This should be more like 1, 2, 3. I think 5 is actually pretty good. Restart. Cooley says, I believe that's individual. Oh, man. Then I guess we need to make an announcement saying that that's what people need to do. I feel like that feels okay. Maybe it needs to be even more. Closer. I think 5 is actually okay. And then the hammer weapons here. Okay, that's definitely way too far. Weapon item should be like 12, I think. Kelso says, are you good at animation, Ezra? Depends. I feel like I'm okay. I just don't have the patience. So I'm okay as long as my patience lasts. I know a lot of the information about pixel art animation, but not as much in just like full on animation. I'm used to making pixel art animation. Good is relative, I guess. But I think I have the knowledge, at least, because I've watched a lot of videos. Maybe it should be a little bit closer. Should be like... Maybe, I don't know. I'm like, should the items not have shadow? Is the question I'm asking at this point. Okay. All right. Well, we'll decide on that later. PM Teddy says he rather do the animation in code and spend 4 full stream on it rather than animating it in pixel art. That's not true. Well, it's true, kind of. I like animating things manually, but also doing it by code means opportunity for content, right? We're farming contents here, everyone. Whoa, that was a huge knockback. Perfect. It's looking good. Okay. I like that. I like that. We gotta figure out why the shadow draws on top of people sometimes. Let's see. Godot draw behind a sprite. How do I make sprite go? Oh, you know what it is? Probably the draw. Okay, because the draw is parent here. I'm drawing on the parent here, which is right here. So I think there's the whole visibility where it's like show behind parent. But then the parent is always behind, right? Like this would be top level relatively, right? If true, this canvas element will not inherit its transform from parent canvas element. Its draw order will be also changed. Yeah, that's not it. Because if I do this, like if I do this, I think the shadow will always be on top. Yeah. But if I get rid of it, then, ugh. I mean, that's the thing. It's still showing in front. Why is it doing that? Should I set a separate draw layer? Can I set where it goes? Cooley says, I'm surprised Ezra hasn't just made his own game engine yet. I think I have about 3 more years before I do that. Kelso says, doing animation takes time to practice. It does for sure. Cooley says, got him. 3 hours. 3 hours of what? PM says, see, he could add the shadow and pixel art manually in what, 30 minutes, but Ezra would rather do it in code simply because he can. That's not true. I did shadow coding because look at this. You see how the shadow gets small as they get higher? You can't do that with just pixel art. I mean, technically you could do scale, but it won't be the same. You know? And I don't want to have to draw individually every single, you know, one of them. I promise it makes sense. It makes sense. All right, whatever. You guys are hating on me right now. There you go. See? A little bit of a reduction. Makes it look real. It should probably be smaller even. But Kelsey said, what I would like to say is that if you're good at pixel art, maybe your game become good and I can feel it. Have you not seen my pixel art? You can judge it for me. Here. So for my Blood is Mana, I guess that's one of my quintessential pixel art game. Which is, I guess, that was a pirate gem. So like we have, I'm working on, it's somewhere in here. Ah, there it is. So I made this. This is my cutscene opening scene. So this is the animation. And then obviously I have my, all of these things that I made. This is my pixel art. I have, let's see. And these are all made by me. I drew these. More importantly, what am I looking for? Where's my tile map? Ah, there it is. So this is the one that I released recently. This is the tile set I drew. I also released the pack. So, I mean, I do enjoy doing these. It just takes a lot of time. But for whatever I release, if I actually release a game, I definitely will be releasing it with everything custom made for sure. Kelso says, teach me, senpai. Sometimes I do. Sometimes we talk about art here. Pimte says, it's a beautiful shadow, Ezra. Some may say the most beautiful. Not us, but some. Kelso says, how do you do that shadow? Huh? You mean the little thing? So I'm doing a draw circle where I'm drawing an oval, and then I'm changing the shadow size based on the distance it's traveled from the starting position. It's a bunch of math. Now, you know what would have been actually easier than doing the drawing a sprite? I could have just drawn a shadow sprite. Like have a separate node where I'm doing the draw method on it and then changing its size and using the position for the positioning as opposed to doing it all in code like this. So there's a little bit of regret here. Okay. Anyways, back to the crafting here. Now we want to check the cost. So we need to compare the price, which will be item crafted, or not that actually. We're going to get the line. Our selected recipe, which would be recipe line item. And I just do this. It's going to play that. And then we just do this. And we're going to check its recipe and see recipe inside a recipe. And we're going to check each of them for components in this. I think the component is whatever type it is, a recipe component, and it has a count. And what's the item? Is component item is one of these things. I see. Okay. We're going to get the component item string, right? So we're going to say var material name, which is a string, will grab component, get component string, and then we're going to convert the enum to the string and check player bag. We'll say, should it be util? I almost feel like it should be global, but we'll say get tree, get first node and group player, and we're going to grab, I guess I should do player here. Did I already grab it? No. Var player, player character, and then we're going to grab the player's bag and see if it has it. technically there should be a bag utility separately, so I don't have to manually do all these things. But I believe the get of the dictionary will return null if it doesn't exist. If the key does not exist, returns default or null. Okay. Jeez. What's going on here? Don't give him ideas. What? What's Chris saying? Voice says, can you get the tile visibility layer and draw the shadow on them? Oh. Draw the shadow on the visibility layer of the tile? I guess I could, but I don't know if that's gonna... It seems complicated. Cooley says, ooh, I love that. Do you? Is that good? Ah, dang it. Kelso says, teach me, senpai. Oh, we're at that. Chris says, totally overkill, but imagine that shadow with a custom shader. Soft edge, dynamic blur. That is totally an overkill. Stop it, Chris. No, now I have to do it. Not now, though. We'll put that on the to-do list. We have so much to-do list. We don't have enough time for everything, honestly. But we'll get to it. How about that? Voice says, I'm sure Az will make it one day. I'm pretty sure I will. There's no doubt I will. I mean, the thing about the soft shadow in a pixel game is like, I kind of like the pixel art. Maybe the soft shadow will be like, because I like it being kind of pixel perfect-ish. Maybe the soft shadow could be more like the gradient of doing a pixel level alpha gradient. Dang. Ah, that would be nice. Cooley says, why stop there? Just remake the game in 3D, but keep the 2D look and use real shadows. True. Chris, I'm just doing my job of expertly sidetracking the stream. Someone's got to do it. Exactly. I mean, what am I doing streaming for anyways if I'm not going to get sidetracked by you guys? What's the point anyways? What's the point? No, seriously though. PM Teddy says the to-do list is longer than all the code he's already written right now. It really is, but it's okay. More to do means more to make contents for. Cooley says, we lost him. We did? Why? Why did we lose him? What did I do? You can hear me, right? Kelso says, I'm so blessed, senpai. Is there to teach me? Oh, I'm so blessed that the senpai is there to teach me. Okay, well, look, whatever you want, I'll teach. If I can teach. What was I doing? I was doing something here. I was doing shadow. Oh, I was checking the items. Okay, so we grab the bag. We grab the materials for each of the components from the player. I say, hey, get the value. And I'm going to say if it doesn't exist, it's going to be 0. And it'll be if this value is less than or greater than equal to, or actually, if it is less than, if it is less than the amount that's required, then insufficient. Go. Probably do some sort of like signal. Should there be a global warning message thing? There could be a global node that's like for messaging to the player. So the messaging control can be done globally. Is that bad? I feel like it's not a bad idea. Anyways, it doesn't matter. So we'll break it here. We need to do some insufficient messaging. Yeah. If it passes, however, so we'll say var has material or can purchase, which would be false, or actually, which would be true by default, and then it'll be false here. And if can purchase, then we do this. Otherwise, in this case, I think we want to get the selected recipe and then play invalid. Which will be line item here. I wonder if you can rotate without messing up everything. I'm guessing you can. Where is rotation? Yes. Only thing is it's not centered. How to do a centered rotation? Oh, time for paint here. So I want to rotate it in a center. That means I want to actually rotate and shift, right? So what does it look like here? Okay, there it is. So what I'm looking at, a little math time, unfortunately. So if I have a rotation off this axis, and what I actually want to do is rotation off this axis, that means we want to translate the rotation. Okay, all right. So let's think. We have this X and Y. And if we rotate at certain degrees, in order for it to look like it's from the center, we have to rotate the angle, then shift over this amount. And what is that amount? I suppose what we can do is take the center. So center would be a vector, right? Center equals some v. And then that vector, rotate that vector, which means we're going to grab this value. And then if we do, oops. And if we make it so that, wait, what is this? It's like this, right? I guess this is this. Oh my gosh, it's hard to draw by not looking at the screen. So this rotation theta will result in this new vector. So that's V1 rotated will equal to V2, right? And if we subtract if this new vector is subtracted from the position, yeah, we got to subtract the vector 2 from the position to get that rotation. I think that makes sense. So it's like position should equal to position minus V2, where V2 is V1 dot rotated theta. Am I crazy? Chris says, use pivot offset. Oh my God, it has a built-in function for that. Oh, I was about to invent it. I was about to invent the function myself. But I guess if you were to think about how that's done. Oh, pivot offset. Cool. Love it. I guess we should set the pivot offset on size resizing. So on this pivot offset equals, whoo, I almost went on a whole thing. Thanks, Chris. Wait, why did StreamPunk also retract? Oh, did StreamPunk also says use pivot offset? PMT says, personally, I think the shadow should also move according to the light source position. Ah, okay. I see. So, you know, the day and night cycle in a cave. Which means we definitely want to do light source though. I definitely want to have some sort of light source for that. What do you call HD pixel art? Retro HD. Chris says using an event bus autoload script is super handy for handling global events in Godot. Yeah, I think I definitely want to do that for sure. There are a lot of components where I want to use event bus for. I just have been lazy for it. I at least use audio for global. Or you could just set the pivot point to the center, makes the math way less painful. Yeah, exactly. Torches. We do need torches. I mean, without torches, is it really Minecraft? Like, you know? Okay. So we're going to offset the vector by, I guess, the half of the size. So we have 9patch rect set to a certain size, which means it's a size. So we're going to say size divided by 2 is probably the pivot offset. And for func play invalid, we probably should do a tween of rotation where we do rotation. We'll go from 0 to, again, I don't know, like pi is 180 degree. We want like 20 degrees, right? So we want something like, I don't know, I guess I could do the math here. Export var shake angle float, and then it'll be like 20 degrees. And we'll do radiant degree. I wonder if there's a radiant degree thing. Oh, there is. I was about to do this manually as well. We'll shake that off. We'll set it to 0 again. And then I guess we'll do it kind of springy. Like that. We'll do half that angle here. I think. I mean, is that going to work? Void says this would have ended up like a star function. Yeah, exactly. My phone's low. Oh no. It's okay, Void. We'll end soon here. Kelso says that's perfect and easy. What is perfect and easy? The rotated thing? Yeah. You know what's funny? Okay. This is gonna come up on. Oh. Hold on. It's looking good, bro. Thanks, Lantern. Just right when you see the UI just get tilted. You should be proud of how far it's come. Oh, thanks, Lantern. I am proud of it. It's been fun. It's been fun. We're making a lot of good progress here. Let's see. Let's see. Play invalid. We're going to it. Oh. Okay, there it is. There it is. Perfect. Ready to ship, PM Teddy says. Our PR Teddy said is ready for shipping, and I believe. Less buggy than some AAA games. That's just such a low standard now. It's pretty extreme. I think what it actually needs to do is negative angle, honestly, and maybe a little bit faster. To 0.02. Come back here, and we're gonna change its shake angle to like 12. Brainzap says, "Are you winning?" Yes, we are. PM Teddy says, true. Very sad, but very true. Yeah. We got to stop letting them get away with this, you know, as a consumer. It's actually kind of funny. I like it. Low key, kind of works. I might modulate this to be red. Digital says, yo, Ezra, how's dev? We are deving. We're Ezraing. So my name is Developer Ezra, aka as the dev. The progress is being made. Our dungeon generation is looking good. We're getting closer and closer to actually being able to purchase the items. I think it works now, actually. So we definitely need a UI sound for not being able to build. Insufficient. We're going to collect some resources and come back and see if it works. But here we are. Cooley says, I had to clip that. Wait, what did you clip? There was a clippable moment? I didn't realize. Thanks. Share in the Discord, please. We got a clip farm all day here. I'm not a developer. I'm a clip farmer. Development is just part of the method. Kelso says, it looks like the game would be the big thing when finished. Aw, that's nice. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm excited to finish this and get some actual play feedback, but I'm already having fun in some ways. You know what's funny? Like, mechanic of the, the crafting and hitting enemies and dodging bullets is not that complicated, but I think the simplicity works. But yeah, I'm glad to hear all that. Good stuff. Good stuff. Hey, Just Covino. Welcome, everyone. Wow, Covino raid. Hello. I hope you're feeling better. I know you were struggling with sickness the other day. Or other week, I guess. Cam's Dono says, Cam is cool. Cam is cool. Covino says, Ezra is cool. Thank you. Appreciate that. Savage. Hey, long time no see. Savage says, Ezra's sexy muffin, man. Wow. Is this a compliment day? How nice. You guys are being so nice. Welcome, Raiders. I should probably give a shout out. Wait, why is this not allowed? I have enough. All right, I got to check this bug. But before that, let's welcome Covino here. Welcome, Covino Raiders. Shout out. Go check out Just Covino. Just Covino is a swell dude and developer. Actually, one of the few developers that has released game under their belt. And that's huge. How do I shout out? Shout out Just Covino. Much respect, you know. Covino says, oh, this would have been a better one. What have been? I'm recovered. What? I'm so confused. Savage says, oh, is that not the raid message? Oh, you guys had a raid message coordinated? Wow. You and your viewers are very coordinated. I am jealous, but I do want to see what's going on here, so I will debug. Savage Lore Sever says also, you'll give him delusion of adequacy. No, give me the delusion. I live for the delulu. Please. I know you're in ads now, probably. It says, he said it. Ha! Take that, Savage. Cooley says it is now. Huh? Chris says, you could tween rotation degrees instead. No need to dig to red. Oh. Hey, isn't that the same thing? All right, well, fine. Next time. Welcome says, you're so delusional. Oh, thanks. I appreciate that. Love hearing that in person and online. We be here all day. Everybody support my delusion. That's the only way to survive out here. It's so cold. It's so cold here. I'm dying. There we go. Okay, so things are shaking. Things are not counting properly. So I want to come over here and check that real quick. I clearly have 55 stone. Comes over here. Grab the bag. Component. What is the component here? Component. This is... Hello? Oh, 0, which is rock salt. The player in his bag. Oh. A space in its name. Right. Okay, so I might have to change this actually. String. Wait. There is a space. Wait, why did it... Oh. Okay. So when I was spawning rock salt, I think I might have done that instead. Component item, rock space salt. And rock salt over here. When this gets picked up, it takes the item name, right? Let's see. Player character... Bag, add to bag. It takes the item name. Okay, well, clearly I'm omitting something somewhere, so let me do that again. Okay, Kavino, goodbye. Thanks for the raid again. Cooley says, just wait until Ezra finally realizes we're not real and he's just talking to himself all day. Oh, that's part of the real fear, is that I'm actually not even in front of my computer. I'm dreaming. You know? What if that's happening? Oh my gosh. I'm on a hospital bed right now. Oh, suddenly the lantern in the corner looks a little funny. You know that story? Yeah. Imagine. How scary would that be? Okay. Wait, why is this connected? This is not supposed to be... Oh, it's a boss room. Okay. Let's find the craft room real quick. It's somewhere in here. For sure. Ah, it's on the other side. All right, here we are. Hello. Stone hammer. Crafting window. Come down here. Select. Recipe. Component. Material name is rock space salt. Oh, right, because I need to lower it. To lower. There you go. That should be good. Oh. I'm about to crash. There you go. Save. Savage says, I mean, technically he is talking to himself. I am. But you guys are there. You are there. Not always missing, you know? Lantern says, I don't look funny. You don't? Wait, why are we looking funny? A little solipsism never hurt anyone. Is that what it's called? Well, we're getting fancy with the terms here. Stop using difficult words, everyone. If I spoke English, I would be a writer, not a programmer. Is that how it is? We just don't know how to speak. All programmers. All right, let me just get these little rock salts. See if it works. All right, 17. That should be sufficient. Give me my hammer. Ah, yes, I got the hammer. Another one. Yay! Wait, it's not subtracting it from my supply, though. Look at all these. Great. I got a bunch of hammers now. Okay, so it is working. It is checking. And then it's spawning if it has enough. We got to also subtract it now. player. Oh, thanks for something. I got a notification here. Thanks for the follow, Nebihan. Welcome. Kelso says we don't make fake here. Yeah, we're all real here. We're all real presence. No fake people. Cooley says he's crashing the economy. I know, Stonehammer economy, but sell your Stonehammers right now. We're always making like economy references here, I feel like. Okay, so player bag, got that. All right. So when we're purchasing it, I suppose. Do I have to do that again? I suppose so. A little silly, but we're gonna have to, because we already checked everything. Player bag. We're gonna set the material name to be the component count. Like that? Can I do that? Let's see. Peep Teddy says economy jokes are funny when you're poor like us. Yeah, I know. We gotta make fun of it somehow. We gotta find joy in it somehow. It's okay. Only the rich worries about actually losing their value. Because they got something to lose. But not for us. We are simply living. Okay, those rock salts getting stuck there is kind of annoying, but it's okay. All right, let's go. Let's go. Give me the stone hammer. Funny, man. Oh. Again. I keep forgetting. This really makes me want to make a bag related. Yeah, we definitely should do that, I think. Okay, we're going to do function get item count. We'll take the item name here. And then we're going to do func remove item name, and then count. And we're going to do that. Clearly, making a lot of mistakes is the point where we have to be like, okay, well, this is getting tedious. We're going to get rid of it by the count. If it doesn't have it, doesn't matter. We're going to return empty. Well, I guess if it tries to remove more than that exists, then it should just set it to 0, I guess. If the item doesn't exist, then nothing happens. Well, I guess we could set it to this. We could also go max between this minus that. Get item name and 0. So then it can't go beyond 0. We're getting the item count. If it doesn't have it, we can set it to 0, and then we're going to simply return the value here. Nice, nice. So anytime we've been touching the bag manually, we're gonna indirectly touch it now. Material player, get item count, material name here, so we don't have to worry about the lower and such. It already sets to 0 if it doesn't exist. And this is going to be a problem, but we'll, you know what? I'm not going to set it actually. We're just going to go return 0. And then we're going to touch this back here. We're going to say player, remove item, material name, component count. There you go. Should be good. What? New side quests unlocked? What is the side quest that we're unlocking here? Jesus. Cooley says, are we though? Can you see us? You know, honestly, that's true. You guys are not real. But it's a very like thorough delusion the fact that I can see you guys on Discord and comments and like different spots, my brain is upkeeping a lot of things. Because I can come back to it and all these information will still be present. That means my memory is huge. Lantern Kick says these bugs are so funny. Haha. Yeah. Hey, that's what the bugs are for. You know, in fact, actually, you know what? The truth is that I know how to do all these. I never know. I always know that I'm about to make a mistake, and it's on purpose. It's not a bug. It's for the content. All right, nil. We're gonna get this to it. Why is it a nil? Get item count. I suppose this should be. Wait, what happened? Where did the return 0? Oh my gosh. I did the wrong thing. Return 0. All right, there it is. Okay, now it's going to work. Now it's going to work. Lantern Kick says, you set the lantern in the corner, looks funny. Oh, that's what you're. I see. That's why you. Okay, that's why you say you don't look funny. That makes sense. Kelso says we don't make fake here, are we? Though we saw that. Cooley says he's crashing the economy. We already read all this. Digital says I'm definitely just a figment of the imagination. I believe it. Only I saw you in person in Godokon, so take that, atheist. Or checkmate, atheist. What is it? PM Teddy says economy jokes are funny. No, we already read that. Captain Chica, thanks for the follow. PM Teddy says, especially now that my Stonehammer isn't worth a damn anymore. Yeah, exactly. It's negative price. They will pay you to take the Stonehammer now. Cooley says we left to get through the pain. Exactly. Cooley says new side quest unlocked. The side track for the bag you just did. Oh yeah, I see. Teddy says the bugs are there on purpose to see if we the viewers notice. It's Ezra's ways of teaching us. Exactly. I teach through mistakes, and I make mistakes on purpose for you guys. That's the headcanon now. Ezra never makes actual mistakes. It's always on purpose. If only life would be simpler. Thanks for the follow. I already said that. Gordazzo says, bro, what? Hey, Gordazzo, what's up? Digital says, what's Godokon? Not just a dream. I think it was, actually. I mean, it must be, because Covino and I didn't do our hot tub stream. So if no hot tub stream, then no life. It's all fake. That's why we couldn't really do it, actually. It's because it didn't really exist. It didn't happen. Boop. All right. Oh my god, I'm so close. What the heck? Why are you doing this to me? It didn't use the normalized item name. It used the regular item name. The bug is crazy. I feel like if I just sat there and read the code for a little bit before running it, I might have been able to fix this issue beforehand. But you know what? I like seeing the little red line. Little red letters telling me what to do is very satisfying. Thanks for the follow, Rustista. Captain Chica says, y'all got bugs in Codebase? Wow. Fancy pants over here with no bugs. Our Codebase is full of bugs. That's why I lay out the ant traps so I can catch the bugs. Yay! It worked. All right. We crafted the item. We can purchase it. It pops out. I'm going to go collect some more. I want more Stonehammer. It looks kind of cute when the little items pop out, though. I like it. All right, well, to celebrate, let's fight a boss, shall we? Oh. We're celebrating with a boss fight. Ooh. Easy. Oh, where is he shooting? Oh, that is completely wrong. I think it's using the negative degrees, actually. Look, the direction is... Okay, there's a bug. That direction is definitely wrong. Okay, I gotta fix that. The boss's angle is wrong. All right. Unfortunately, boss doesn't drop anything. The idea is I think I'm gonna have the first boss or each boss drop a recipe. And then on the subsequent run, they will drop probably rare items or gems. Yeah, I think that's okay. Yeah, that bullet angle was definitely wrong. Give me... Oh, I'm going to try to... you know what? I'm going to do another copper hammer or stone hammer. Good enough, good enough. Oh, actually, I should probably buy one of each, huh? Actually, no, never mind. I say I proved the point. It works. Rustica says, don't read that. Don't read what? Oh, shoot, I read it. I'm sorry. Or Rustista. Terabyte Gaming says, hi. Hello, Terabyte. Chris also says, you don't need to check with has. You can just get item and it'll return 0 if the item is not there. It said it'll return 0. It'll return null unless I provide a default value. I mean, I guess I could do that like this. Here you go. Should be good. Some behavior, that's fine. All right, thanks, Chris. As always. Chris says, but... Oh, yeah, we already did that. Rustista also says, great game, I see. Thank you. Appreciate that. We are making a game that hopefully can be good, at least. Maybe not great. Great is A+. Captain Chica says, whoa, slow down there. Who said I got code base? Oh, gee. Yeah, that's right. Sorry for assuming. How could I? I assumed your code base. In June, no less, I assumed your code base. How prejudiced of me. I identify as code base, or I identify as having code base. Cooley says, he's cheating at his own game. I am. PM Teddy says, good thing you fought the boss. You would have never noticed the bug there. Yeah, exactly, actually. Let me go look at the boss logic real quick. We got the boss character here. For the spray, swirl spawn bullets. It's the stream, I think. I'm gonna have to fix this real quick. Kami says, how did you learn pixel art? How long did it take you to become this good? And any tips? Well, the one that you see is not really mine, so I can't really say. So to give you a better accurate description, this is my pixel art. Not as good, but decent. How did I learn it? I learned by doing practice a lot. There is a lot of art concept that you should know, like form is very important, light is very important, hue shifting is very important, and then all the concept like ambient occlusion, rim lighting, design. Those things you learn by watching a lot of videos. Pixel art specifically, I like this one. I keep sharing with people. Look at this. All the tips and tricks. You don't have to copy this, but there are a lot of tricky pixel specific things, especially with animation, that are kind of known in the industry that nobody really talks about. This guy, I think, published this as part of tutorial as part of the Patreon support. And this is like a GOAT pixel art tutorial place. So bookmark this, everyone, if you want. Like tips like this. Hey, when you're doing a horse, it's like two people walking at an off pace, or like subpixel animation when you're drawing clouds, or design principle of the face. Contrast here, contrast there. Aside from that, the light information is different things. Like flag wave, some really cool stuff here. So if you're interested in learning pixel art, you can go look at it. The way I learn it is never like, I just kind of passively read this every now and then and passively absorb. So over time, it becomes more relevant. And sometimes you remember to refer it. So like when I'm doing animation, I'm like, oh, I don't know how to do this one. What was it again? And then I can go look at it, you know? Kind of like fetch. Let's see. That's one thing. Cooley says, practice, practice, practice. Yeah, nothing beats practice, unfortunately. But nothing beats well-directed practice. It's another one thing to just practice randomly. It's good. You get control over things. Well-pointed practice or directed practice is like being critical of certain things or having a goal in mind first. Like sometimes you could even like try to picture something or try to imagine the look that you want. And if it's not there, not giving up and actually experimenting until you get close to it. If you're really stuck, then start studying on, man, I saw this person make this and I don't know how to do that. Pull it up, analyze it, see what they're doing, and then learn. That's one thing. Just curiosity, I think. Making sure you're curious. Terabyte Game says, what are you working on? Right now I'm working on my dungeon crawler that I've been working on for the past few days. Specifically the shop part, which I think we're almost there. We have a price checking. We have the UI. We have the material collection. And then we can actually purchase things. Now, I can't pick it up. So that's the next part. So I need to be able to pick up the item and then use the item. And I think we need to do kind of like the Enter the Gungeon style item scroll. So we can choose between different weapons we have. So that's probably the next thing. Pick up the item. So we're going to order an item, which I can buy like this. And then I should be able to pick it up. And then add that to my kind of arsenal. And that would be the next thing, I think. I really like the little spit out thing. That's really cool. I need more stone somewhere. It's funny because I can't do anything with it yet, but it's still a little satisfying to buy stuff. Human mind is funny, like that. There you go. See? And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Cool. Let's see. I'm going to read some chats and probably close out here. We made a good progress and I am hungry, so I should probably go eat. And I'll probably send you guys over to some awesome streamer here in a bit. But let's see what we got here. Terabyte Game just came in tow. I'm sorry. I'm just leaving as soon as you got here. But let's catch up on Twitch chat real quick here. We got... Oh, Kelso says, good day, Ezra. See you next stream. Bye, Kelso. Captain says, where do I put bookmark? There's no book on site. Gosh, you guys are being too funny. Chris says, line 68 should get item count and you can delete the line 65. All right. All right, buddy. All right, line 68. I can should call get item count. Oh, true. I could do that, huh? And then delete line 65. Wait, what? For this one? Don't confuse me, Chris. Corda said, I don't have time to think right now. Kelso says, good day, Ezra. See you next stream. Saw that already. Kami says, thank you, bro. My goal is just trying to become decent enough to pixel art my own game. Like Littlewood, it's not good, but it's not bad, just decent. Yeah, it's really important. Make sure you practice drawing 3D form because you need to understand how forms work and light work in order to actually do it. There's one common mistake that irks me every time. Anytime somebody gets into pixel art the first time, they make this one mistake. Okay, a little bit of sidetrack before I say goodbye, because I mean this is your first time here, so might as well be a little bit useful. So people do one of these things, right? We go, little body with a knuckle and a body, and we got the little person sneaking through. Let's say he's sneaking, right? So we go dun dun dun, like a little whatever. It's like a little sneaky little leg. something like this. Silhouette is very important. Go like this. You can kind of see the leg, right? Like that. Like that. Little tiptoe, right? And then a little bit of thing. You can see it right here. I'm going to do one of these things. A little bit of hip. Hand is still in the air. Da-da, da-da. And then go like that. Like that. And then boop, boop, boop. Still in the air. A little bit of knuckle. You can see it right here, right? So let's say you have something like this. And then let's say this is a little, I don't know, silly looking guy with a little pompadour hair. I think people like to do one of these things. I guess it's a little bit too much. I'll bring it down a little bit. Narrow the shoulder. Anyways, let's say you have something like this, right? So if I were to fill it in, so we can have a little bit of skin color, da-da-da, and then a little bit of hair color here too. We'll do this. Skin color is a little green, but it's okay. We can say this is a green person. And then a little bit of color scheme here. Let's make a little shoes down here. Boop, boop, boop. And with the heel. Oh, heel is fun. Let's say this is his shoes. And then maybe we'll do complementary color for the shirt. Saturate down. Do one of these things. Right? Oops. Okay. Hold on. There's a lesson here. Just give me a second. I swear I'm not just going to draw. I'm trying to be as fast as possible with this. And then let's say I just use this. Like that, maybe. And then hair color could be something redder. Like so. There you go. A person of some sort. Not sure what he's doing, but he's doing something. And wearing a hat. Doing that. Uh-huh. We'll put a little bit of light there. Looks like a hat? Kind of. Okay. Let's say you have this person thing. A lot of people make a mistake of just taking the darker color and doing the whole, like, one of these things. And then take the lighter color and then, like, put the shoulder light. I mean, until it looks good, whatever. The beginner mistake of this is the most egregious one that really kind of like, it's like you would have been better to not have colored it at all at this point if you're doing something like this. This is because you don't understand form, right? Because what does it look like? It just looks like it's like a cutout person because the shadow is only at the bottom part. Highlight is only at the top part. It's like a thin paper stand-in and you see just the top part. That's because you don't understand the form. If you understood the form, that you knew that this is completely round, so you would just go like block at a time. And that's the importance. Like making sure all your light and shadows are blocked around. And then you understand like where the light doesn't reach, you get the shadow all at once instead of just a little bit. And those things are like the kind of important things to understand. So let's say I mean, sometimes you do need to do the edge, but you got to be sparing with those things. I wouldn't even go like this completely, actually. Like so, because they're in the shadow and then the shoulder is being exposed. Technically, you want to do like darker color here, but you know, you get the point. Whatever. Little sneaky guy. And then, of course, this one also is going to grab some light on the rim here. Just the rim, because you understand the form. Once again, we understand how form works. Ta-da! A person. So that's the biggest mistake I see, making a paper cutout of art instead of actually understanding the form. So try practicing drawing spheres, cylinders, cones, rectangles by observing, not just guessing. Cooley says, you'll get there, just stick to it and keep practicing. Yep, that's good. Kami says, thanks, I'm going to lock in. Yes, lock in. Rusk Tista says, I gotta go to sleep now. Your project has great potential. Hopefully I get to play it. Maybe deep dive into your source code. Lol. Good luck with your game. Cheers. Thank you. Thank you. And I am planning on sharing my source code as part of the devlog, but we'll see. We'll see how much I share. Maybe it could be a member thing or supporter thing. Cooley says, thanks for the stream, Ezra. Yeah, no problem. PM Teddy says, thanks for the stream today. See you, Ezra. See you, everyone. Bye. They look like a cowboy. Need some pistols. Yeah. Thank you. And yeah, I do that mistake actually. Lol. Yeah. So don't do it. Sometimes if you're stylizing it, you are better off not shading at all because there's only so much information in a pixel. All right, cool. I think we're here. Terabyte says, sorry for coming late. No, not a problem. I wasn't complaining about it. You're not obligated to be here. I appreciate it regardless. Oh, is Practical actually still online? Didn't Practical just raid me like an hour ago? Well, we raided Practical yesterday, so I think we do need to change it, unfortunately, even though Practical raided me just now. Manisha seems like Manisha's doing fine. We haven't rated Bad Big Boy in a while, so we'll do Big Boy. Trevor says, no, I didn't mean it that way. No, I know. I'm just being silly. Thanks anyways. All right, everyone. Thanks for playing with me. I'll see you around. Go check out Big Boy. Big Boy's got an awesome project. It looks good. So probably there's a lot to learn there. Actual industry practice. All right. Thanks everyone once again. Bye. Bye-bye. Wait, did I? Okay, I gotta end the